Okay, welcome to the Rilton Cup. We have reached the next to last round. So it's the 8th round. Tomorrow we play the final round. And the tournament is heating up. And we can see the outlines of maybe who is going to win. Or
Absolutely.
What do you think?
No, it's these 2 rounds that is left that will, this will decide the tournament. And also, if you look at the top of the tournament before this round, you can see that there are 4 players, I would say, that I guess that one of those players will be the winner of this year's Rilton Cup. Because on the top board we have Bassem playing against Levic. And they are the only 2 players that has only dropped 1 point. And on the second board, we have the 2 only players with 5.5 out of 7. And it is Heberla against Costa. So, it's not a wild guess to say that the winner will be among one of those 4 players. And then we have, of course, also, a couple of players on 5 points that could, of course, make a good tournament, maybe share the win in best case, but most likely the top 2 boards, here we will see the winner.
Yes, I agree with you. I think the winner, if there is a sole winner, one player, it will be one of these 4 players. And right now, if I had to bet some money here, I would put my money on Bassem Amin from Egypt, because he played a brilliant ending yesterday.
Yes.
And a brilliant game overall. And I think even though he had one bad game where he lost, he has played probably the most fighting chess of all.
And also you could see that in his analysis and so on, it's a little bit like he's playing on another level.
Yeah.
But of course, I think that the other player who's actually, impressed me is the one that is playing with Levic. I think those 2 players are the two strongest that I have seen so far, at least.
I agree. I was very impressed by Leon when he was here and he was showing his game that he won. We had him here once, and I felt his chess strength and his both strategic and tactical prowess. He was very good. So okay, let's start here and check the games. We have Bassem Amin again playing a small time gambit here, coming only after 7 minutes, but he started with e4 today, as he usually does. C5 and knight f3. But we know that when he plays like this, he's probably not going to go d4 because it's not his style. He would rather play something like d3 or maybe g3.
Yeah, actually, in almost every game we have seen with him, he has played this kind of King's Indian setup with a bishop on g2 and d3, and slowly, but sooner or later there will be calculations and sharper positions.
He keeps all the pieces and things happen later on.
But he tries to avoid this, what you could say, opening battle, so instead he is calculating with his skills when it comes to this type of middle games.
So I think we should wait with this now and go to the next game.
Yeah.
And it just started now. White played d4. So we go to probably the next game also. And we go back to this again. So here we have an interesting meeting. We have one of the 2 Swedish players with 5 points.
Yeah.
Edvin Trost.
Yeah.
And he plays white against Kaido Culottes. So again, we have a sort of a generational game with the Trost, who is like 18 years old or something like that. And we have Kaido, who is a seasoned grandmaster from Estonia. And let's see what happens.
And interesting in this case is that if we go for Kaido, he is a well-known here in Sweden because he has been playing for clubs in Sweden for a long time and visited, I don't know how many times he's been here to Rilton, but it's many times. Yeah. He's a very solid and strong grandmaster that we know very well. Yeah. And Edvin, I actually spoke to him yesterday. He is still having this ambition to become grandmaster and wants to take years off to try to be a professional, a little bit like when we spoke to Hampus. I think it's Hampus Sørensen. I think those are the 2 players who are actually very ambitious in their play when it comes to the Swedish juniors. So Yeah, this will be very interesting, and to see if youth can compete with experience. So let's see.
It usually can. So
Yeah.
c5, knight f3, d6. Again, we have a
Yep.
Sicilian, and we get the open
Yeah.
Sicilian. Knight f6,
Mm-hmm.
sort of a little intermezzo here. Now,
Mhm.
I think if you take here,
It's white to play.
yeah, white. This I think you can do this if you want to,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you get a
It's-
variation, very
Mhm.
unusual.
Mhm.
White usually plays knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
here we have the Najdorf.
Yes, and here of course white has got many different setups.
Yeah.
And the most principal one, like Ferdinand said, I think, bishop g5,
Yeah.
and then there is a lot of sharp lines with a lot of theory.
Mhm.
So there are also bishop e3 and this English setup with f3.
One
and so
line
on.
that should be mentioned here, I think, it is sort of a special mention here for the poisoned pawn variation.
Yeah.
This is one of these monumental opening lines with extremely tactical, but you don't see it anymore because it's too much computer analysis.
Yep.
So I haven't seen this been played for a long time.
No,
but it
that's true.
Used to be very, very popular.
Mm.
But I think the computers say that white is better in this position.
In this position.
Yeah, I think that's actually the conclusion,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
I've done some computer
Mhm,
analysis
mhm.
myself, and I've seen that. Yeah, because I think for a while it was thought that this was
Absolutely okay.
absolutely okay for black, but I think the computers actually say that no, white is better. So bishop e2 is
Mhm.
the old line,
Yep.
very positional,
Mhm.
very sound, but not
Mhm.
so enterprising.
No. And what will happen now is more like white will slowly build up an attack, or maybe if black makes any concessions playing e5, for example, because e6 or e5 is normally the way you put your pawns in the
Mhm.
center with black. And if you put it on e5, white can switch to play like he played in this game to a more strategic game.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Yeah, so far everything is normal. Now he plays queen d3, which is not the main line, I would say.
No, but still the idea is, it's quite common in a way, because quite often you play with short castle f4 and then sometimes queen e1 and try to get up on g3 or something like that. With the queen on d3, the queen is ready to go, for example, to g3 immediately, So that could be one idea, besides developing a piece, of course.
Mhm.
So
I think at least in the old days the move was castling here. This was
Of course.
the main move. So with queen d3, I think white is also flirting with the idea of maybe castling queenside. Not deciding on which side to go with the king, keeping this open for a while and see what black is going to do. So we will have some very interesting Sicilian games. Maybe we jump back and see if there's been some moves.
But I can just say that what happened in this game after queen d3 is that Kaido has started to think.
Yes, of course.
So there is no doubt that this is a little bit of a preparation done by Edwin, and then Kaido has played this position many times without queen d3. He needs to think about, okay, what are the pros and cons, and what should I try to avoid, and how should I develop, and so on. So this can be really interesting, this game.
Yeah. I can see here from the theoretical book, so to speak, that this has been played by Nakamura, this queen d3, and I have some sort of memory that he had some experimental games with this once. So anyway, queen d3, interesting. We go back and we, as expected here, Bassem did not play d4. He played the bishop b5 check idea, which is also a way to avoid the most sharp lines. And here black can play, I think the most safe line for black is to play bishop d7.
And then bishop take and queen take, for example.
And when white takes, you take with the queen, so you get this good knight on c6, and you develop the knights, and maybe you play e6 and bishop e6. It's very, very safe.
But a little bit passive in a way. So white has got a little bit easier play, but very solid.
So I think with knight d7, Liviac is showing some ambition.
Exactly.
And that's interesting to see.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a fight.
Yeah, but I also believe that probably he doesn't want this kind of strategic play against Bassam, where White will have a little bit more easier game, so maybe that's why also.
But we've also seen before that Liviac, he likes to, have some little quirk in the opening, not playing he does not like to play very sharp lines generally, but he likes to get something a little bit unusual for his opponent to think about. So in the game it goes castles a6.
But this is interesting for me. Bishop e2.
Yeah.
After a6.
Yeah. But where do you want to go? D3 I think is possible.
No.
Or take?
Yeah, take
also,
on d7.
Yeah.
I was taught that it was take on d7 that was the move.
Yeah.
And then play d4 and queen take d4 and so on. But yeah, because the bishop is a little bit strange on e2 in a way.
Yes.
So this is interesting, of course.
Yeah. Well, it has been played before.
Of course.
And quite a lot of games actually played with this bishop e2. So it's obviously playable. Bishop e2, knight f6, d3.
Yeah.
So here we see
Philidor set up.
On the Philidor set up with classic with the pawns on d3 and this pawn
the bishop
formation,
on e2.
Bishop on e2. And the bishop looks bad. But White is going to expand somehow. I mean, c3 might come, maybe later even d4, and the bishop will come out. So my impression here, and now he plays c4. Yeah, it's interesting.
That's also interesting.
Yeah,
it's quite an unusual setup.
Yeah,
that White is using.
But
c4. Because one of the things with this position is, of course, that the knight on d7 is a bit strangely placed. You really want to have it on c6.
Yeah.
Because then you cover up the hole on d4. So I think that one idea with c4 is that this black cannot use this hole on d4 so easily.
It's true.
Maybe sometimes you even play knight b8 and knight c6.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what's happening here. Yeah.
White, of course, has easy development here.
Yes, of course.
And then we'll see what happens. There are many ways to play this.
Yeah, one boring way would be if black plays e5, sometimes just to to totally close. But it's sensible in a way.
The game just goes on, and there are lots of chances. I don't think that necessarily need to lead to a draw or anything, but of course it changes the structure, and you can see that it will be a long game. Okay, so let's jump to board 2. And here we have something completely different. We have d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3. So we have this Slav with this pyramid, very safe pawn formation, and White plays e3.
This is the solid version in a way that avoids any take on c4.
Yeah, this is. Yeah. We call it the semi-Slav. I think Slav, then black takes on c4, right? And okay, and now b6.
The interesting thing here, because we saw another game with b6 played.
We've seen this before. Yeah.
Before bishop d6 was the move that was played in almost all the time. But then you have, of course, g4, this Latvian speciality.
Shiro
and Shabalov was playing this in many games. That gives another type of play, you could say. While b6 is more strategic and easier to play, in a way. So, okay, bishop d3, castles.
And now he shifts gear here, and he takes and plays c5.
Because one of the things with this position is that when black plays this, b6, c6, d5 and so on, he needs to do something with the c pawn sooner or later, because the bishop otherwise will be very strange on b7. And then that means that he will be even shorter of a tempo compared to, White always start with one tempo more, so,
It's called the Stoltz variation, which is interesting. It's Swedish connection, okay, so c5, rook d1, bishop d6, and
so he could have taken on f3 and giving a bad structure. Huh?
Yeah.
So this is after c5, rook d1. You could do that,
Yeah.
and then the question is, of course, how do you judge this pawn structure in front of the white king?
Well, I don't think it's not a big problem for white.
No, the problem here is also that black is behind in development, so white will have very, very quickly take on c5 and bishop b5 and put on pressure. So
Yeah.
I would avoid that. Yeah.
And also this d5 move can come at some
yeah.
point.
Yeah.
And if white wants to get a very safe position, he could even retreat the bishop to f1 or e2 and maybe play f4 and the bishop comes to the diagonal. It doesn't look very promising from black.
I agree.
So nothing much to worry about. So bishop d6 and here we are. So shall we go forward?
Here, I think this is interesting because you can take on c5.
Yes.
D takes c5, and then you have like a completely symmetrical structure, but white is ahead.
I think you take with the bishop, right?
You cannot take with the knight because the knight b5.
Yeah, I think this
doesn't look good.
I don't know. No, it looks horrible.
It's terrible, yeah. So it
so
must
we have
be
to take with the bishop.
So he's sacrificing a tempo again.
Well, this is nothing.
Is it nothing?
For white, no.
Knight e5?
Yeah, but it will only lead to...
next move I will take on d7 and play bishop b5.
Yeah, but I could maybe go rook d8 or something like that. Or maybe you can actually prevent this bishop b5. Maybe play even a6 here. Do you have anything? Can you sacrifice something?
I don't know. Maybe it's not. Probably it's nothing. It's more like, I think that this could be at least a crucial line if you wants to go for something here.
But white has not developed yet. It's a bit early to go for an attack.
Knight b5 is not possible, I guess. Huh?
Well, you can do it if you want to, but what's the threat?
Knight d6.
Well, I mean, we could take and play
Yeah.
bishop c8. It's not clear that you
No, I know.
winning. But we could also just make a move like this.
And then knight d6.
Yeah, of course. And then maybe we... now the knight is unprotected here. Take. Yeah, you could take it. Take. Queen c7.
Take.
Queen takes.
Bishop b3. And you have the pair of bishops at least.
Yeah.
I think white has got chances for... even though black is, better developed, at least I would be a bit worried here if I were black.
Maybe you play this.
Bishop b3 maybe.
Well, it's not 100% clear.
No.
Anyway,
Yep.
Interesting. We'll see what happens. I wouldn't be too worried with black. Black has a very nice... I think the piece development is quite nice here. White still has a problem down here.
One idea you play sometimes, take on c4 and play a3 and go for b4 and bishop b2.
Course,
this is also normal,
But maybe you can just castle here.
Yeah.
And you go b4 and the bishop goes back.
And bishop b2.
Bishop b2, and probably you do something with the queen here maybe, or the rook.
And we have quite normal position, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. So let's go to the next game. So queen d3 was played here by Edwin, the young guy. And after bishop e6...
He releases another strategic idea.
Yeah. And now he uses the fact that he has protected e4 here.
Exactly.
Because if he had tried this before, then e4 was hanging. So.
And maybe now white is ready to play like c4, so he wants to maybe to take before that is possible. Okay. Now bishop d7 or c8.
Yeah, so now this is a type of Sicilian position that is quite common. You can get it from many lines, where you have this d5 pawn against d6 e5. Black has a pawn majority on the king side, and white has a pawn majority on the queen side. and so already it's very imbalanced.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Here, I think F4 at least. Before Black is able to play F5 himself.
Yeah. And Black would like to
Could
get this knight is a problem because you would like to put it on D7, and maybe then after F4 and take you could put the knight on E5. But Queen D7.
Bishop D7.
Bishop D7. You could maybe go for this move to have a easy development. Yeah. So we'll see what he's thinking about here, Kilo.
Because the question is where to put the knight.
But I don't know F4. Is it such a...
No, I just say that at least it is a possibility here,
Of course. So then you don't know what to do. Should you...
Because maybe I want to take on E5 before the knight can support the pawn. That was my idea.
Yeah, of course. Should you take a check here? I mean, concretely, and put
Bishop
bishop on
F6.
F6. And then you have at some point bishop H3 and knight D7 and so on.
Could be. No, maybe you should play castle first before you play...
he did that. I think that's very sound.
Yeah.
F4 looks a bit
too sharp.
rushed. Because there is no...
But it's also, if Black, for example, plays F5 now, again F4 could be played, but my idea was to try to do F4 before, you could support it, but...
Yeah.
Let's see.
We can see that in the database there are no games with this position.
Look if they before castle, if it has been played.
No.
Not even here. Interesting.
So
we have a new, maybe Queen Bishop C8 is the...
Yeah. Of course this is... Maybe
I think Bishop C8 is the move that has been played before, and not Bishop D7, because it looks a bit strange to me actually. This move.
Bishop C8 has been played in this position, but White has a very good statistic here. We find 5 games in the database, and White has won 3 and 2 draws.
Interesting. And Mendonca, who was in my training group, has played it with White, so that's interesting. Okay.
No, isn't the guy below? Is that White? Or which one is White?
I thought he was Mendonca against Oparin. I thought that was.
But doesn't that mean he's black? White is on top, right?
Aha, okay. Then
I'm not sure.
No.
Suddenly I'm very
okay,
uncertain. It doesn't really matter so much.
Okay.
Two strong players at least. 2,600 players.
Yeah.
Last year they played, or the year before they played this line. But Bishop D7, I agree with you. It's a move I don't like because it looks strange.
And Edwin has got much better time.
Yeah.
So maybe this was a good preparation.
Yeah. So here they seem to be out of theory a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Is it possible to play an idea with A5 and then go knight A6 and try to get the knight?
But
it doesn't look right.
It doesn't look very good, actually.
No, it doesn't look good. But I'm just thinking, why do you put the bishop on D7? Because you're going to have to move it.
Yeah.
Or you play with the bishop on B8. Knight on B8.
It was a strange move to me.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. And now we come to an old favorite here, Tom Cantans, who lost yesterday. He made actually a big blunder in the end. The position was actually probably he was like plus 2.5 or something, so pretty big advantage, and then he actually loses his queen to a knight fork.
But on the other hand, you could also say that Levic was, played a really good game until he made a big error. I would say strategic error. You could say even with Bishop G4, and after that, White took over. So,
but in the end, it was Cantan's major mistake in a good position that he just lost. A little bit of a sad end to his Rilton tournament, I would say, because I don't think he can win anymore. It's very difficult at least. But anyway, Here he plays black against Fabian Benzinger from Switzerland.
Yes. And we have a real classic opening.
And Fabian Benziger is a young guy. He's 22 years old. And he has a decent rating. And if it weren't for the fact that he hasn't met such high-rated opponents, he would perhaps have a chance for a GM norm. But it's not easy in this tournament to get that, right?
Now, there are a little bit too few grandmasters, actually, to make it easy. But of course, if you're in the top from the very beginning and so on, you will meet. Because you need to meet 3 grandmasters in a tournament to be able to get
the GM norm.
Yeah. And this is, of course, what all these youngsters that we have seen in the tournament, that's what they want to achieve. But then you really need to be in the top. And also, when we looked at some of them, most of them has actually also played with 2 lower rated players, because then you need to have a higher score to be able to get a norm. The only one that I can see that actually have a chance is Costa on board 2.
Yes,
he's got a decent chance to do it.
He might actually be the only one.
Yeah.
I don't know about maybe Seman.
Maybe
Jakob.
Maybe
we will check that. But Costa definitely.
Yeah.
Because he had the performance rating on 13. Yeah, 13. Yeah. So he has a chance. Anyway, let's see what happened in this game. So D4 was played by Benzinger, and Countdown's knight F6, C4, E6, knight C3, bishop B4. The Nimsu Indian.
Yes.
The classic. I'm sure you've played it many times.
Of course.
With white also?
Well, mainly with black, but sure, I played with white as well, of course.
Same for me. I've played a few games with white. I actually liked to play it with white, but mainly with black. I've tried all the systems, and it's a really good opening, I think, for black.
And now you see the old line.
Yeah. I think, is it called the Semish?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. But
this is a very sort of...
it's unusual today, I would say.
It pops up.
Once in a while.
Yeah, there are some players who likes to play this. It's sort of very uncompromising. You're basically saying, I'm going to take the center. I don't care about any double pawns or anything. Give me the center. I'm willing to sacrifice a pawn even to play. And it's interesting.
Of course it is.
So take, of course, you have to take. This was Nimzovic's idea. He wanted to create double pawns, and then he was going to attack these double pawns. Very principled idea. But I think with with the Alpha Zero and all these new computers and all these programs, it has been shown that you can give, for instance, this pawn on C4. If you get a really good attack on the other side.
Yes, if you're able to push like E4, E5, F4 and so on.
You push all your pawns in the center and you say, okay, take the pawn, I will mate you. That's the message.
Because the classical idea for black is to play like C5, D6, knight C6, B6, knight A5 and bishop A6.
Let's show that.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to say the classical moves,
Yeah. I'm just going to show the principal moves. One move would be this. And let's just make some move here. Something like this. Maybe you put the knight here. E4. You would put the knight here. And after this, you would put the bishop here. So this is the main plan for black.
To go for the C4.
Yeah.
And quite often you play C5 as well. And then maybe rook C8.
Yeah. And
if needed, we'll queen
then you have
E2
this and you have this. And you create an enormous pressure on this pawn.
Yeah.
But what you've seen that Alpha Zero and this, they just completely ignore that pawn.
Yes.
And allow black to take it, but then something happens on the king side.
Yes.
So that's the problem.
Yeah.
So in this game, of course, he didn't play as bluntly as I did now. He played castles, F3. White is going to do E4, C5 and E4. And knight C6,
The other way, of course, the black could play is with D6, E5.
But then he will not get that.
No. It's more like trying to close the center. You could say.
You play here, here, and you go here, something like this. But
then C5 and knight C6.
My impression is that these positions are usually just a little bit better for white. Without white does not have to defend this pawn on c4 very much usually. So yeah, okay. So knight c6 was played, and yeah, we have a big battle ahead.
And now he's thinking.
Yeah, maybe he's surprised. Maybe he hadn't checked this
line, knight c6, but it's but because this is like a very normal position.
Both players are using.
Yes,
time.
It's a little bit surprising.
No one is blitzing, so yeah. So we can see that in the database there are games with this.
Of course.
And some of these games, we don't
Black has got a good score.
Black has a decent score.
Yeah.
But the white is not up without chances.
Of course not.
It's very ambitious for white. And if black is a little bit slow or a little bit, defensive or anything, he can get smashed.
Yes.
It's very dangerous. So let's go to the next game. And here we see Jakub Seman from Poland, the young guy.
Yep.
And he is playing black against Yasin Sari from Turkey.
Was he the one who won against... who did he win against? Hampus Sørensen. Wasn't it him who played this quite nice King's Indian? First it was an old Indian, became a King's Indian and so on.
Right,
it was
right,
quite good at play actually, with a knight rook f3 in the end. I think it was him. Wasn't it him? Or maybe I make it wrong.
Well, maybe we should check it.
Then you can also see if Seman has made a good result, maybe, if you were looking at something else.
No, this is this round, so let's go here. You're talking about yesterday, right?
Yep.
So
go down.
Let's see.
Go down.
Well, actually, you have to do this. Yeah, he played against Hampus.
Exactly.
Yeah, correct. Okay, excellent.
Can you check Seman if he has got any chance to... as we are just checking out now.
We can do that. So
his result is...
He has 25.84.
Then he has a chance for a GM run as well.
And he has played 3 GMs.
Fantastic.
So I think for him it's just a matter of taking the right amount of points.
And today is playing 23.43, so probably he needs 1.5 points for the last 2 rounds then.
Could be. It depends. I mean, if you, probably. Okay, so very good. So we go back and we go to round 8. We take, where were we? We were here.
Goody.
Okay, so here we are, and we have an interesting game. You can see immediately. Very imbalanced. White has chosen to play the Benoni with white.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. C4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, g3, d5, bishop g2, and now d4. What do you think about that?
Very ambitious. A bit dangerous in a way, because you have both. You are playing with 1 tempo less, but also you have put your pawn on e6. And normally you want to put that on e5 in this type of structures. So maybe you have to sacrifice 1 more tempo.
Actually, we saw this position recently in the World Championship match.
No, it's absolutely playable. I just say it's risky in that sense. But on the other hand, Benoni these days, like you and I have been spoken about, doesn't have the best, this kind of structure does not have the best reputation these days. Not the least computers have shown and judged it quite badly. So Black is actually ready to play it with this kind of less favorable circumstances.
But I think in the World Championship match, Ding with white played maybe his best game in the match. And won against Gukesh, who played this line. Okay, so castles, c5. I think did he play c5? I don't think he played c5, Gukesh. He played the knight to c6.
I think so, yeah.
It was a different handling. So c5 is more principled. E3, knight c6, and now we get, you could say, a proper Benoni here.
Yep.
Bishop c5, bishop g5, h6, takes.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes with the pawn. What do you think about that?
Very strange. Okay, I mean, I can see the idea of putting a pawn on f5 to take away the
E4,
possibility
yeah.
of putting a knight on e4, but still, this makes it. The question is, of course, where will black put his king?
Mm-hmm.
Certainly not on the king's side and not on the queen's side. Maybe on the king's side actually, but not on the queen's side. But of course, if you take with a pawn, it's more risky to put the king in on the king's side. But
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but it's a little bit of a new strategic idea, I would say. So
Yeah. And we can see here from our database, we don't, let me clarify, we are not looking at computer analysis here, we are just checking the
Yeah.
database to see if this has been played before.
Mhm.
And we can see that this is actually rather topic.
Mhm.
It's been played last year,
Mhm.
all the games with this position were played last year or the year before.
Mhm.
And we have strong players like Vincent Keimer playing it with black.
And Pragananda
Well, yeah.
is playing it as well. Yeah.
With white, yes, and we have
Mhm.
also we have a lot of nice names here. We recognize some of them. So obviously this is something that is in right now.
Popular. Yeah.
Yes, popular move. Okay, so A3 was played,
Mhm. A5.
and
I
A5
guess.
always in the Benoni. You
Mhm.
don't want to allow this move because it makes in this
Mhm.
case white's position so much easier to play.
Mhm.
And this is one of the main strategic ideas for white, is to advance the b pawn.
But here, white releases a very interesting plan for me.
Yeah, and now b4.
It's fantastic move.
So we have to just check, is this actually theory? No?
No game found. But I think that I like the idea of this move
Yeah.
because white, of course, wants to open up the position before, as the black king is stuck in the center. And one idea here is, of course, that you will be able to play knight b3 and put pressure on d4.
So let's analyze a little bit.
Take.
Let's you don't have to take, but if let's say you move the bishop back, I don't know where to go, but let's say you go here,
Mm-hmm.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we think about this?
b5 maybe even.
Yeah, do you want to go? Yeah, this is
Maybe,
possible. Yeah, because
it's-
d4 is very weak,
Yeah.
and suddenly you have to make moves like this.
And rook e, maybe even rook e1 first, or
Yeah, maybe rook e1.
to put the knight on e5.
Mm-hmm. I mean, black will have to castle at some point.
Maybe.
And then when you do this, at least you have this move. So
But knight e5 and I would
Yeah.
play knight e5 and queen h5 instead of knight b3. I think that's the wrong placement.
yeah,
Actually.
probably. I'm just showing.
Yeah,
the,
of course.
The dynamics of the position.
Yeah,
So, I think in this position
you have to take.
This is the critical move, and maybe knight b3
Or
now.
either that or take on b4 first.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But let's look at
Let
one
knight
at a
b3.
time. Yes.
Yeah, knight b.
Let's refute this first.
Yes, of course. No. I think this is the
So knight b3.
normal move
Yeah.
actually.
And now the question is, should you? But if you protect with the queen, then you take the bishop, and then you take on b4, and then actually black is, well, he can take on a1, so it's not clear. So let's say you play a
Mhm.
move like this.
Yeah, take on c5. Queen take on b4. Take on
probably have
a1.
Take here.
Take on c5.
Oh, you want to take there?
And then rook take. And I think that, white is slightly better here, I think.
Yes.
With an rook on b on the b file and a little bit weak d4 pawn.
Black will put the king on c7, I guess.
Yeah.
And then maybe at some point you can play e5 and so on. Yeah. But white this is
It feels like
nice.
like white is slightly better, but
Yeah.
okay.
So b4 is very
Mhm.
interesting move,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's not an easy position to play. I think you have to take.
Yeah, if you take knight b3, you can also play b6, of course, after knight b3.
Yeah, but then there's something on the diagonal. I don't like that so much.
No, I agree.
Maybe you can even take here. I don't know. What happens?
Maybe.
What do you got? You have to take back, right?
Yeah.
And then we take this. No, this is not. This is nothing.
Take on b3 and take on a3, but I agree.
Well, we have an exchange. Should be happy with that.
Yeah, it should be absolutely. It should be absolutely fine for white, of course. In worst case, you can always take on a3.
You always have that
Yeah.
possibility.
Okay, let's go back.
So
I like b4. That's the type of move you want to see.
yeah, it's a good move, and I would prefer to be white here.
Absolutely.
But I think black. I don't think black is. It's nothing. There is.
I mean,
it's not really much happening.
Also, if you play bishop to e7, you can also play c5 maybe.
But you take. Yeah, but you take here. I mean,
Yeah.
you should take
Yeah, of course.
here. And now maybe you should
okay.
go back. I think
This is how you-
this is the way.
And now take on b4.
Yeah.
Now probably take on a1.
Queen takes.
Queen takes, and now
And then bishop takes.
yeah, take on d4. Knight bd. Yeah,
Maybe we take it,
take back.
and then we castle.
You can also you can also give no, probably not give a check. Yeah, okay. Yeah, what about this position?
So it's equal material, but black has the pair of bishops.
Rook d1.
Yeah.
I think white. I prefer white here as well because I think this bishop on c8 is a bit
Yes,
strange.
True. Yeah.
And white has got this long diagonal, a little bit of pressure on b7 maybe later on. So
Yeah.
I prefer white.
Okay, I think we should.
Go back, huh?
No, we should go
Oh,
forward.
it's one.
No,
we
we
have
have
more
a couple.
games.
Couple of.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
So here we have this player who plays for the country FIDE.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Alexander Kripachenko. He's a FIDE master.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays black against the Indian guy who we had the great hopes for, but he hasn't really managed to deliver 100% on that.
No.
It's the 16-year-old Ilan Parti from.
I have been thinking a little bit back because I could see when I have been looking at them that it's been coughing and he seemed to be a little bit.
Oh, maybe yeah.
It seemed a little bit like without energy.
Yeah,
Maybe so maybe it's got some kind of cold or something
that's
like
possible.
that. That is
because he was very
taking him
impressive
down.
in the first rounds. We felt that he was one of the guys who could do something big in the tournament. He has played well, but not quite as well as we thought. Okay, so what do we have here? Let's have a look at this. So we have Petrov, or the Russian opening.
Yeah.
Russian defense. So knight takes, d6, knight f3, knight e4. And this move has become modern to play. I mean, earlier the idea was you should play this move and then you should attack the knight on e4, and finally black would have to either exchange it or move back, and then white would gain some tempi, maybe. But instead d3 and then d4.
And now it's actually black who's got one tempi, but the d6 pawn is it's making the other pieces stuck, so you have to play d5 anyway.
And then we get this type of
symmetrical
exchange French.
Yes.
You can get this from the exchange French variation if you want to.
Very boring, if you excuse me that I say like that. Or at least it can be.
But I think players like Magnus Carlsen has shown that these boring positions can also be very dangerous, because
of course
it's a symmetrical and so on, but one false step for black, for instance, and suddenly white gets a little bit, and then he gets a little bit more, and suddenly.
Especially when you play with Magnus, this will be the case.
Yeah,
I can show you.
He's
whatever opening it is.
Yeah, he will always find a way to put pressure.
Yeah.
Knight c3, c6. Here is the question, of course: should white play c3, which is a more cautious way, or knight c3, and he plays knight c3, which is a little
bit more ambitious.
Little bit, yeah. But then black gets c6, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, knight d7, queen d2, and now queen b6.
Yeah, queen b6.
Now it's just going to check if this is actually in the database. It's not, so because we're out of theory.
What I saw here is that black is actually threatening knight e4 here, huh? Isn't he?
Well, it looks a bit unpleasant.
Because this normally in this type of positions, if you want to have any kind of advantage, normally those squares are.
Let's play this tricky move, because if black takes the pawn, he loses the queen.
Only play for tricks, Tom.
Always.
Always.
Queen b6.
Okay.
So we do this a3 just to show that then black has his trick here.
Yes.
And suddenly it's not, I mean, it doesn't really work for white.
You can take, I was thinking about bishop take, pawn take, or knight take, and then rook e1.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take with the...
Probably the bishop, but I'm not sure actually.
Because here you're in a...
Rook e1, yeah.
Yeah.
f5, knight, bishop c4.
Yes.
Maybe this is, I don't know. And king, I even think, I think about knight g5 check.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I was thinking about this, if it's possible. Yeah, knight f6, see if there is anything here. Bishop f7.
Mm-hmm.
Threatening to play bishop queen g6 and take on f6.
And probably you make some...
but then it's game over. Queen g6 and take
on
f6.
you take on f6. So we have to...
so this is a bit tricky position actually.
Yeah, this is tricky, I agree. This is not so easy, so you have to be careful here.
So that's why, so knight e4, maybe a3 actually quite a good move, you know.
But I'm not, well, maybe yes.
Because the rook is hanging, queen h5 check after that.
So knight g5 check is dangerous. I wanted to go to h8.
Then maybe you can play it again.
But maybe knight e4, you took with the knight, yes, d takes e4, rook fe1. Maybe this is too dangerous. Maybe you shouldn't do this. You don't have to play knight e4. So maybe a3 is actually very good. And he played it actually. He played a3.
Oh.
Yeah, I felt it. I just
yes, he's like the same type of player like you, playing for tricks.
No, but I mean, in a position like this, you don't want to play moves like this.
I agree. No, I agree.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
So if you can, and this also have another purpose, because you prevent any bishop b4 and so on.
I agree.
So
it's
a good move.
So actually now the problem for black is a little bit, to play g5 might be very dangerous now. With you can even
then you take it probably.
Then you probably take it again. And if you do not play that, how could black proceed? If you cannot play g5, if you cannot play knight e4, if that is a bad move, then actually it's not so easy, because if you move the knight on d7, you can take on f6. To move the bishop is a bit strange also. I mean, bishop e7, for example, is also a bit strange. Then rook e1.
So maybe we have already reached this point when this symmetry has sort of...
Yes, a little bit.
Turned a bit sour for black.
Yeah, what can happen, and this has actually happened with me also when I play this line with black, when you're faced with those who just want to have a draw with you online, you just say, oh man, no. And you just play, simple moves, and suddenly it's gone. You are gone of moves. This can happen. You be too ambitious. When you play. So yeah.
Yeah.
Now I think he will think for quite a while.
Yeah. Of course, he starts.
He starts with this, and then the question is, if we take a look again, take with the knight. I believe in our. Yeah.
You want to go with? It doesn't really matter. I think.
I think this is the right.
Probably best. Yeah, I agree. And now, well, f5. It doesn't look nice, f5, because. But maybe that's the only chance, right? Because let's try it once more. Because knight f6, it doesn't work. You can just take it and then take on e4.
But maybe take knight f6, take on f6, and take on d3. What is about that?
Yeah.
No, the rook is hanging. My God,
the rook it doesn't work.
That's not possible. My God.
So let's say f5. We check that again, and then
king
we
f8.
We can go here maybe.
Can you play knight g5 anyway? Threatening mate in one move.
Yeah, it's you need to do something. So let's have a look.
Mm-hmm.
But now maybe this move is actually not so bad.
Knight f7.
Oh, but then it's
And then take on f6 or take on h6.
yeah,
Looks like even winning.
yeah, could be. Knight f7, yeah, interesting. Okay, so after knight g5, and I don't like this for black because it's very difficult.
No,
King f, I don't like.
I mean,
king
you
f8.
need to take and play knight f6.
Yeah,
I think.
but king f8, yeah, it cannot be good. Ah, you want to take this?
Mm-hmm. And queen take, and then knight f6.
Then we do something like here.
Yes.
Well, you have to prevent the mate. So, but no, it doesn't. Work.
Rook e6, something like that.
But then we just take here.
Yeah, and bishop take.
Then we take here.
Ah, you even win. You
win the one knight.
One bishop at least.
One bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see this is.
No, it doesn't work.
No, it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. No, but I think you're right. This pin rook e1 changes the perspective, and suddenly you don't have a good move. And also the queen is very bad on d6.
Yeah, because you need it in the defense quite often.
Suddenly you would now if it was on c7 instead. If we could move the queen back to c7, suddenly you would have all these defenses on the 7th rank, but you don't have that. Very dangerous. So a3, good move. And as you said, what are we going to do? That's the problem. Maybe you have to play some move like bishop e7.
I thought also knight h7.
Yeah, this might be also possible.
Just to be able to play knight to f8.
And then put that here
exactly.
or something like this.
Yeah.
Knight h7 might be actually the best move.
Yeah.
But then I would say white is probably slightly better.
For sure.
Okay, so let's go to the next game. So we have the young Ukrainian guy, Bogdan Bilovil, playing against Hassan Hussein Çelik from Turkey.
And rather symmetrical position. What do you say?
Two young and, it seems to me at least, very talented players.
Yes.
And in this position, I think I will say draw is likely.
Maybe it is a draw already. Look at the game, last moves.
Yes.
King d8, king d1, it's already a draw.
It's actually been drawn. And this is sort of the curse of the last rounds, that some players see that, well, I don't really have a chance for any big prize or anything.
Or a norm,
and they just sort of close down. They don't want to play anymore. I don't even think we're going to look at this game.
It's Saturday night, huh?
This might even
as well.
This might even have been sort of settled beforehand.
Yes.
This happened, and it's not really cheating. It's just the way it is. Okay, so we go to this game. Here we have two Swedish players.
Yep.
We have Khan.
Two of the most also, you
Yeah.
could say, talented and ambitious one.
Yeah.
Khan, now he's living in Jönköping, studying economics, but when I spoke to him earlier on, he said that he's still very ambitious with his chess and, wants to take a step forward. William is also a very talented player. Unfortunately, he's very good in school as well. And I don't say, unfortunately, but, that he has obviously ambitions also in life.
Not only chess.
Not only chess. So,
we should also mention that Khan was for a while expelled from Sweden, right?
Yes.
Which is a sort of sad chapter in the Swedish chess, I think.
And actually, when I saw also, so he has not been able to play tournaments outside Sweden, I think, but some years, which of course has affected that he hasn't got this international challenges that I think has, hasn't given him the chance to develop in the way,
Yeah, he wanted to get a permanent residency in Sweden.
Yeah.
And then the authorities said that he had only been playing chess and he had not adjusted to the Swedish society, which is not so nice for chess players to think about.
I agree.
Horrible. So let's check the game.
Yeah.
Okay. So d4, d5, c4, c6. Knight f6, e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6, knight h4.
Yeah.
This is an unusual jump.
But no,
Well, I mean, in general.
In general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have this saying, you know, knight on the rim is dim or whatever it is.
Yeah, but now you want to go for the bishop. And actually in this type of structure, when the bishop hasn't gone to f5 and you have a knight on f6, this can always be the case. And if black has the chance, quite often plays h6 just to be able to go down with the bishop to h7 to avoid that it's been taken.
Yeah.
When this is played, there is one move, you know, bishop g6 is the obvious. You know, if you play bishop g4, probably you play queen b3 and so on.
Well, let's have a look.
Yeah.
So here, f3 could be possible, but probably this move is more to the point.
Yeah.
And we use the fact that this pawn here is unprotected.
Yeah. So then h3 and g4 can follow to grab the bishop.
So let's say you make some move here, like maybe this. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the theory here exactly. I know that there are different
h3, I think.
Yes, here.
And even g4 could be.
Maybe g4, maybe here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's a game.
It's a game.
Mm-hmm.
But white gains space.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point he can
take on
g6
g6 and play bishop g2 or something like that. Would be normal.
Something like this and this and this.
Yeah. But
bishop g6 was played.
Another move instead that is more interesting is actually to play bishop e4 in this position.
Yeah, this is possible because if you take
with the pawn.
Yeah, and suddenly this knight is slightly stranded. You can play g3 and retreat down here, but then again you're in a bad square, so you cannot really take it. But here I think you play f3, right?
I think so, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Or at least I have played it online, but I'm not the expert in the variation.
No, but I know that there is something like this.
I know, yeah.
And then sometimes you don't take, you can play
g3 and so on.
Yeah, so on. Okay, we don't go into the theory here. So let's just look at the game. So queen b3, queen c7, and bishop d2. And knight b7. And that he took. And h3.
Okay.
You don't have to do that, but it's possible, yeah. h3, bishop b7, bishop b2.
Okay.
And white's bishop pair is not impressive as it stands. But we know that the pair of bishops is a long-term advantage.
But one problem here for black is also that if black is going to do something, he needs to play either e5 or c5.
Right.
And in the same moment, the possibilities of the bishop will increase immediately because then you open up the position.
True.
So the question is now how should black react in the center, because it's actually a little bit ahead or one move ahead, I believe, and the bishop is a little bit cramped on e2 and d2, so maybe you should take the chance and do something. And I think he did actually. Yes,
he exchanged, queen takes, and he played e5. Counter strike in the center.
It looks normal.
Yep.
Why didn't he take with the bishop on c4? I just want to understand.
Yeah, I guess this is possible also.
Because now you can play e5 at least. But I don't understand if there is any drawbacks with taking with the bishop. To me it looks more normal in a way. But he wants maybe to put the bishop on f3, so maybe black will play like a6 and c5.
I would say that when you have the pair of bishops, you're not really afraid of your opponent opening up the center, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that after e5, black is threatening a little bit to give you this with knight b6 and maybe to take on d4. What do you say? Isolani pawn, and this you don't like so much. You know, if black will have this good grip on d5.
So let's see what happened in the game. Maybe that gives us some clues to what's happening here. Because I'm not so. Again, I'm not sure that this Isolani is necessarily.
No. It's of course.
It can be okay.
Can be okay, but.
But anyway, let's see. So e5 he castled. Knight b6. Yeah, you see, he's not afraid of this Isolani.
But maybe he should have been.
Maybe bishop d3.
Threatening to take on. Yeah, very solid.
If you want.
Yeah.
d1.
Mm.
And he just, yeah.
But this is.
Yeah.
Black has got no problem here.
No,
I cannot say that.
no, I agree with you there.
I would
shouldn't
actually
be-
prefer to play black. Yeah, I think, because you have easier plans. You know,
Yeah.
because I cannot see that white. I cannot really see how white would be. You know, should you go for, try to push with h4, h5, or what would you do? You know.
Well, you to start with, I would try to improve my bishop from d2.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bishop.
G5, then you play knight d5, huh? Knight fd5, I guess so. Okay, it's not. I mean, it's of course not a catastrophe for white, but from my point of view, it's easier to play black.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I don't know. Yeah, in a way, yes.
Also, the d4 pawn, you
Yeah.
know, rook d8, a8
Yes,
could come as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's maybe he didn't do this the right way.
But look at the
but-
time. He has only used 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and William has used 40 minutes. It's a big difference. So that, in that sense, it Khan maybe felt that he was inside his preparation, but it's a strange preparation for me if you get this type of position with white. But I don't know.
Gonna see where he yeah.
Not very strong.
We found one game here where we had this position before.
Mm-hmm.
So probably in this position, d takes c4 is not the most common move.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b6 has been played several times.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So maybe this was not Khan's preparation.
True.
But on the other hand, is bishop takes c4 better than taking with the queen? I don't know.
I believe so.
Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
maybe. But
Okay.
I'm thinking, why can't you just take on e5? That was what I wanted to do. I wanted just to take this. What was the problem?
Knight take
Yeah, and then we move the queen somewhere. Maybe
Mhm.
just go back.
and rook d8,
Yeah, sure. Maybe you
or
could-
even long castle, maybe even knight e3.
Sorry. Yeah, you mean black should
Yeah,
make
yeah,
long
yeah.
castle. I thought you meant white. Yeah, this is playable. But I mean, you have to play it long term. Maybe you go here.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is potential, at some point to maybe
Mhm.
advance the pawns.
But it's black to play maybe G. Can you play G5?
Yes, of course.
Go for something like this.
Maybe we do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
how do you play with the pair of bishops? Yeah, you don't
The,
do something very
I agree that
quick.
if you get this position, it looks much better for
Yeah.
white. I think
We-
than in the game.
Yeah.
Because I don't like what happened in the game.
No. But this was what I thought when he took with the queen. I thought that was
Mhm.
his idea.
Mm.
So I agree with
see.
you that when after e5 and then castles and suddenly this was still I don't think he should lose. I mean I think the position is okay. So let's see. He played the g5 here. So we have a move actually. And knight fd5 is played.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so he's cramping black a bit.
Right.
The problem is, of course, that now you have like a more static position with your own pawns. But maybe h4, h5 can come.
Yeah.
You can g2, then h4, rook h1, and h5. And one problem for black is, of course, that it is not so easy to see how you can be active yourself.
That's the problem.
So maybe that
could
is,
you could play like maybe knight e6 here at some point, but
Mhm.
then if we want, we could take. But
Of
I'm
course.
not sure how this is, and maybe play something like this.
But now at least white is absolutely okay.
Yeah, but
Mm.
I think white is okay here.
Yeah, maybe. Let's take a look.
But I think we should go. I think we should say, okay, we have done.
Then we say
Our
okay,
bit.
and we are done.
Yeah, just so we don't miss any action, you know.
Yeah, because we haven't seen this game really.
No, we haven't seen this, but
for a while.
Not much has happened.
C4, yeah,
So
was played.
We had C4,
Mm-hmm.
and we had some. You said, I
Mhm.
hope he doesn't play E5.
He
Here-
played
here
it.
we have it. Okay, A3,
Yeah.
castles, and B4,
Mhm.
B6,
Mm-hmm.
Rook B1.
Mm-hmm.
So White has taken the initiative here on the queen side.
Yes.
It's never a bad idea.
No.
H6,
Mm-hmm.
Knight E1. So
Ready.
why would you do a move like that? Can you explain this
Because
to the
what
audience?
what White wants to do is to open up another, what do you say, line for the pieces.
Mhm.
Because it's not enough to win on the queen side, so you need to do something on the king side as well.
Right.
And the moves you normally want to play is G3, F4, and then if after G3, if the bishop could come to H3, you can play knight G2, or you follow up with G3, F4, and knight F3 or something like that. So that's normally.
But when
what
I
you
have
want to
this
do.
type of position,
Mm.
I always strive for getting
Yeah,
the pawn to
F4.
F5.
Yeah, agree.
But I think in this case, if we just play F4, probably Black will take it.
Yes.
So in the
So that's
game,
why G3 wants.
so we find that he repeat or rather
Mhm.
he just plays the same moves here. So suddenly we both
Mhm.
have the pawn knights on C7 and C2. So
Mhm.
interesting position.
Mhm.
But again, I think this is it's tactically bad because you can take and the bishop is actually
Mhm.
threatening the knight.
Mhm.
So then the question is this the idea?
Or maybe Queen E1. and
Also
then-
possible.
And then go for F4.
Yeah, and then go with the knight in here. Because
But is it knight E6? Is that the move that will come, you think? Or does it want to wait for...
I don't know.
But Queen E1 is also a move.
I know one thing about Bassem, and that is that he's very concrete with all he does.
Mm-hmm.
He would never, just think in general you should do that this or that.
Mm-hmm.
He will always calculate. It's always based on calculation.
Mm-hmm.
And so he is calculating, everything here. F4, knight E3,
I
knight
got one
E5.
idea. What about bishop G4?
Yeah.
Because one problem you have is that your bad bishop.
Remember that this bishop was on B5 once,
Mm-hmm.
which is quite fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bishop G4. Yeah,
Mhm.
interesting idea.
Because I don't know. F5 is what about? I don't know what about F5 because then maybe bishop F3. Then you playing F4. And I don't know.
Interesting move.
Mm.
Difficult to say.
It's a bit provoking.
Okay, I think this
Mhm.
this is a game. It will be a long game. We will get back
Yep.
to it many times. So
Yep.
let's go to Costa, who we said has a shot at making a GM
Mhm.
norm,
Mhm.
and I think a draw here would not
No, it would be
stop
okay.
him.
Would be okay.
If he wins tomorrow, I would
Mhm.
think.
Mhm. And with black against the grandmaster, it would be fine, of course.
Yes.
Mhm.
And I think he's on the way. White is probably slightly better in this position. Let's see how this happens.
But it's absolutely okay for black as well.
Yeah. So we had this position,
Mm-hmm.
and there was this exchange, and C5, Rook D1,
Mhm.
Bishop D6. And now we
Mhm.
discussed what happens if you take on
Mhm.
C5. But Heberla had a different opinion. He wanted to go forward,
Okay.
advance.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say about such a move? Is that a good move?
No, I don't like it.
Explain it.
E4, I would play E4, and you have a bad bishop on B7,
Mm-hmm.
and white will have control in the center also.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say that the only chance black would have is to play, I think, for F5 after E4, if white play E4, and it's hard to say that would be possible to be done. So after this, A6, A4, and so on, it is obvious that white has got more space and better chances to do something.
I agree.
So
This would only be good if you could somehow manage to get a knight to jump to D4. And even then it's not clear, but then it would be okay.
this is not a good idea.
No.
Okay.
So He has to take
Mm-hmm.
because you cannot allow this, right? You cannot
But also, it looks okay to take, I think so.
no, you have to take.
Mm-hmm.
We've already established that. So take.
A knight f6.
Knight f6, rook d3, castles. Now, of course, if you had the possibility to play this rook.
What about queen
here.
d1?
Yeah, but I guess we have a knight move here somewhere.
Is it knight e4?
I think so.
And of course, knight d2. Then you can take on h2 and queen h4 check. Huh?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay.
So we can just
No, it
show
was just
this here.
you can take on h2 immediately and then take on d3.
Yeah,
So
I think
it
that's
was just
actually
extremely bad.
even better. Yeah.
Yeah, and
And I think in many ways White's position should be very good, but the problem is this bishop.
mm,
If only this was not, say it was on c3 already, it would be clearly better. But he has to waste time, right?
okay.
So b3, queen c7, bishop b2,
Mm,
bishop e7,
mm.
queen c4. But White is slightly better, I think.
White is slightly better. Can be a long game.
Yeah.
You take on d3 and rook d8, for example.
Yeah.
And then you have this type of structure where your classical structure with white has an extra pawn on the king side, white has got an extra on the queen side, but the problem for black is that the pawns on the queen side is on the wrong color compared to the bishop, and white, for example, could play like a4 or something like that to put the pawns on white, and it will be hard for black to get this type of passed pawn that you want to have.
Yeah.
While white can have this plan that step by step play f3, f4 or e4 and try to create something with this extra pawn. So still, you know,
I think the
many pieces are taken out.
White has two advantages right
Mhm.
now. I mean, he has a little bit better control of the d file, but
Mhm.
black, of course, can exchange rooks.
Mhm.
But then it's the bishop.
Yeah, of course.
This bishop is better than that bishop,
Mhm.
and for many reasons. One reason is it has a free sight
Mhm.
against the king. So
Yep.
if, let's say, we could get the
Mhm.
knight up here, we would suddenly have a kingside attack.
Mhm.
So this would be one plan. There is also the fact that these pawns here are on black squares, which means that if the bishop at some point manages to come in behind here and attack these pawns, it would be very
No, white is slightly better.
So there are slight advantage.
Slightly.
So with that, we move to the next game, and we have the Benoni.
The
Type-
Benoni.
Well, it's type of Benoni structure almost, not quite, but I don't know.
I don't really see them. Okay.
No, it's not really. But what? Let's say we had
We had
a Sicilian.
Yeah.
Actually, it was a Najdorf,
Mhm.
and we had
This special
knight
move. Yeah.
d5, and we got this position.
And that was a little bit strange, we thought, but let's see what happened. Castles a5, a4.
Yeah, he played the a5 move
Mhm.
here
Mm.
because that's the only motivation for putting the bishop.
Agree.
And we saw that in the database, black had actually played bishop
C8,
here,
yeah.
which is
From my point of view, it's more logical, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Mm-hmm.
So, but bishop d7,
Mm-hmm.
castles a5,
Mhm.
a4, castles,
Mm-hmm.
and now we get f4 as you suggested.
Mhm.
Take, and knight a6,
Mm-hmm.
queen d4,
T2,
knight b4.
and now C3. It's a little bit dangerous because maybe you can have something like queen b6 at the moment.
I guess you
No.
go back.
Yeah,
Maybe.
probably. And there is the
And-
threat of maybe it's a threat, but yeah.
But there is a
Okay.
knight d4, but
But it's still, you know, the black pieces are a little bit strange placed, you know, in this position. For example, C3, knight A6, knight D4, with idea maybe playing bishop B5
Mhm.
to try to swap off the light squared bishops. Because if you can do that, your bishop on F4 will be better than the colleague on E7, I guess. So, yeah.
Black is a little bit cramped.
Mm.
This pawn here prevents a lot of activity. You would like to put this bishop on a good square, but it's not easy.
Mm.
So clearly white is better here.
Yeah.
I don't like black's position.
I think
I don't see any scope. What can you do here with black? It's very difficult. Maybe the idea is that after, let's say, c3 and here, and let's say this move, finally you actually get the square for your knight.
And then bishop b5. That was.
Yeah, this is a possibility.
But of course, okay, take, and if you take with the bishop, you have to take with the pawn, and then bishop f6, and maybe it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, I think we will leave it with that.
I still believe that it was actually a smart choice of Edwin to play this opening, because and they are now outside the opening book of Kaido, and I think that white has got chances for an advantage.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Well, I think he has an advantage.
He has got an advantage. Yeah.
And but it's not big. So we have this meeting between Benzinger from Switzerland and Kantans from Latvia.
What a strange position.
And we can start here because we have the Semish variation in the Nimzo-Indian, and we know that white takes the center and black will usually try to somehow round up this pawn on c4.
Or close the center, yeah.
Yeah, you close the center, but also you try to attack this pawn. So d5 was played, and knight a5, bishop g5, d6, bishop d3, h6, here. And now he plays a different plan, actually. I would say it's quite unusual. Let's check if this is actually a theoretical position. Yes, it is. It has been played before. And this b5 move has been played once before, actually, in a game. And black won that game. So let's see what happened here. Okay, so b5.
Because one plan that I've had is to close it, with g5 and e5. That is a classical idea as well for black. But normally you want to have your king actually on e8 more than on g8, because then you can have your rook ready for supporting the pawns on g5 and h6. But let's see what happened.
I think if white,
this is quite cool. B5 is quite a cool move,
Yeah. So after taking, what you do is you
take on d5.
Take away some of the pressure here in the center. You can take. And this was played, and now he played
Queen
the
e8, yeah.
Queen e8, yeah. This is the trick.
Because
so
after this, the pawn on d5 might be hanging.
Yeah, so now you have to do something.
Knight e2, take on d5.
Yeah.
Because if you play bishop e4, you can take on c3, yeah? No, you cannot. Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. That was my idea from the beginning.
You could go here. I don't know what's happening here. Because there is check, take h4.
Yeah.
And now we get into tactics.
Yeah, now it's messy.
But
Very
you also have
messy,
the other knight can come. I think
this
is
is very dangerous for white.
This is very good
because what black is trying to do with b5 is also to take advantage of the fact that white has not castled yet. And actually black's pieces are ready for this type of undermining the white center.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So Queen e8, very interesting, interesting situation.
This is the position, or?
Yes.
And nothing more has been played?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you could play, say, this to protect the pawn on d5. But there
maybe do you play g5 and
Queen e5 is interesting.
Queen e5.
I don't know what happens here. If we just play here and threaten to take on c3.
No, the white pieces are very badly placed, and knight h3, you just take it. Yeah, so it's not easy to find a way to develop, with white. Maybe king f2, but you still have to move your bishop on e2 to come out with your pieces. So
very dangerous position.
Very dangerous for white, I would say.
So I think it's very difficult. Yeah, this is the position, Queen e8. And
I think that white has to take care now, because this can be. Yeah. I would prefer to play black for sure.
Yeah. So we go to the next game. And here we have this This
Yeah,
was
yeah.
this was
Okay.
the Benoni.
It was exactly the move I suggested, rook d8, wasn't it? In that
Yeah,
position.
what happened in this game was
Mhm.
in this already this is I haven't seen this position before.
No.
It's an unusual, but it turns out that this has been played a lot in the recent couple of years, and here White plays.
But was it
this.
also f5 played, or was f5 maybe
Uh,
dubious?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We can check it actually. We can see this position and see if
Mhm.
we can find any games. There is one game.
Only one, but that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Because just one move before it was played many times, I think, you know. After bishop b2, you know, a5.
Yeah, this position here
Exactly.
has been played like 25 games
But
in mastering games,
And some strong players, yeah.
and most of them lost 2 or 3 years.
Mm.
So this g takes f6 is sort of a
Yeah.
a novelty. But this has not been played, and this has not been played.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a new territory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he took
Mm-hmm.
knight b3,
Yeah.
bishop b7. I think
Mm-hmm.
we suggested this,
Mhm.
but now he took with the knight on b4,
Mm-hmm.
castles, and rook d1.
Yeah.
I think we had this position
Yeah, exactly.
with this knight gone and this knight gone.
Mm.
We looked at that. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it was bishop f6 in this position, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your take on
White
this?
is better in this position.
Really?
Yeah. I
Maybe.
believe so.
Yeah.
Because I think that it's a bit black is a little bit strange, I think. Also because
But if you want to make a case for black here,
Mhm.
what about this bishop? Isn't this a very strong bishop when it comes here? And
Yeah, if
Good
it comes
question.
there, yeah. So I would play maybe knight b5 in this position. I think is one move to look for.
and let's say I annoy your knight with this
Of course. I was thinking about
Do you want to take or
queen e
Oh, I mean,
5,
oh,
just to move into the position.
okay, why not? But I'm thinking that black's bishops are not so bad here. And okay, you have this bishop here, and you have there is a pawn here, and there is some pressure. But it's also the fact that these pawns are actually, these 3 pawns here are makes it difficult to really do anything with these bishops. So I don't know. It's a tricky.
It's just a feeling I have that, because I think it looks so strange. You should have your bishop on g7 if this would be interesting, I think. But also the knight b4 and b7.
Yep.
I think it's a strangely placed pawns for black in this position. So I would be worried if I were. If we go back, I had one other idea as well.
Well, I mean, you could take here if you want to.
Mm-hmm. Take with
Play
the pawn, maybe.
opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe just play
Rook
some
d8,
simple move here.
d4.
And then we have bishop c5 at some point.
Mm.
I don't know. It's interesting. Well,
Yep.
we have, of course, a weakened king side.
Mhm.
We shouldn't forget about that. So
No.
this gives some chances for white.
Yeah.
Maybe at some point. Okay. So queen b6, and we'll see what happens.
Mm. We do.
I think you might be right. Maybe white is slightly better, but it's not easy to actually form a plan for white.
One possibility is, of course, to go for maybe knight e2 and try to go for d4.
Mm-hmm.
Just to play a little bit more solid than putting a bishop on the knight on b5.
Yeah. Probably you go out
Because
with the
now
bishop.
also the knight might be ready for go for the
Maybe you should go
exactly.
for the,
Yeah,
for the
that's
attack
right,
over here.
or play d4 in this position.
So maybe at some point you have to play f6.
But then knight e6 is terrible.
Yeah, I'm not saying doing it right now, but in
Okay.
principle, I
Mhm.
mean, at
Mhm.
some point maybe you have to do something. Because
Mhm.
now this looks like actually quite
Threat, yeah.
quite annoying move. So you need to.
Mhm.
I don't know exactly here what to do. Maybe you have at some point. Let's see.
This is good for white.
Well, if you get the knight to h5, well,
Mhm.
then you do f6. I mean,
But maybe even then go back. You know,
Yeah.
I don't. If you have to play f6, ooh.
but then you have e5 maybe. I'm just. You have all these tricks you can
Yes,
jump with the knight.
yes.
But if black manages to, say you put this here and this pawn comes and maybe the bishop is on some good square. Maybe you get here or something. Suddenly black could get a lot of play here.
Yeah, but
So
okay. I still believe in white, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can believe
Let's see.
whatever you want.
Yes, I know.
It's a free country, but I wouldn't be so sure. We'll see. It's I think this is one of the most interesting positions because
Yeah.
it's unusual,
Exactly.
and there are pluses and minuses for both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're gonna jump to the next game here,
Mm-hmm.
and we have.
I actually think he played 92.
It was a4, knight e4.
He did play it.
Yeah.
And now he's thinking. Because now it's crucial.
And
we said
ju-
knight
ju-
take.
ju- just to remind everyone here that we saw this and we had a long discussion about.
And you saw how long time he thought,
Yeah.
because this was a very, very difficult position.
Rook e1, and now
Mhm.
the problem is that we have a pin,
Mm.
and we also have a threat.
Mm.
But maybe the threat is not so strong because b2 is hanging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can actually give this pawn.
What do you mean?
I mean, if we can give the pawn and take here, I don't know. What
But you
happens.
rook eb1.
Yeah, but it's black's
Yeah,
move. You can have that
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, of course. But
Because
I cannot see really.
No, I agree. But
Mhm.
this move,
Bishop c4 and
we have
knight
this
g5
check,
was very, very dangerous.
and then there was this
yeah.
idea.
Mm-hmm. Knight
And
f6.
now there's a
and
mate
bishop
threat,
f7. Yeah.
a knight here, and we saw that this is very annoying.
Can he play queen take d4 here? No, you just check and play take on f6, and then you take on e8.
Yeah, you can take here immediately if you.
Or you can take
if you
immediately.
like that.
Yeah, of course.
So that
No, this is terrible.
this is not good.
No, I think this is simply winning. You know, if you go for f5 here.
I don't think his plan is to play f5.
No,
That's too naive. I don't think that. So, what is his plan here?
yeah,
He's not a bad player. I mean, Kripachenko, he's
of course.
2400 and FIDE master.
But this could be a calculation mistake. You know that he didn't see knight g5. So.
Of course. Yeah, it could be.
We also had this, f5, bishop c4, king f8 that he gets his hope to this one, but
we can check that.
But this is we had knight g5 again. This is.
It's a brutal move.
I know.
So let's
queen
take it. Queen takes.
Now.
Now we threaten to take.
Yeah, that's
maybe
the idea.
not. I think queen g6 is the main.
So queen take. Is it queen take d4 now?
Yeah, queen takes d4. Did we see this?
Not. I don't think so. But let's see.
Maybe we have made a. Maybe we should.
But even in this position, to play like.
Yeah, but now it's.
Rook d1 and take on d6 can be very dangerous also, Take on d6.
Yeah, but now we can move back, and no, I don't believe this. This is too much.
I'm not sure. Rook ed1.
Yeah, but we now we are consolidating, as they say.
Maybe.
You don't even have a pawn here. No,
I know.
This is too much.
Could be. So let's go back.
But
then.
it's not 100% clear. But now we have
Mhm.
moves like going to maybe at some point. I don't know. It's not clear. So
But let's
90,
see.
94.
It's okay. Take
Take.
rook e1, f5, c bishop c4, king f8.
Yeah, king f8 is the move.
So let's see this position.
Maybe
Because-
you don't have to play knight g5. But
No,
on the
no.
other hand, if you don't play that, what do you do? Knight h2 looks a little
I was
bit...
not thinking about knight e5, but
But you could take it, I guess, twice.
I'm just saying that this was what I looked at. Let's take a look again at this variation. Knight here, take, queen take.
You can take with the bishop, but it's not forceful enough.
I guess not.
Can we move the bishop? But now again we start to defend, right? Queen f6 maybe.
If you take on f5, knight f6, queen g6. But then maybe take on c4, take on f. No, but is this possible?
And then you
Queen
mean,
f7, take on g7. Rook e3.
yeah,
Was it better
I
to
think
play-
I think maybe here.
Or maybe, take with the queen. And then take on, and here you should put something in between, like queen e7 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a draw maybe. After
Yeah.
queen
I
h6.
think this could be a draw.
Because this, if the rook comes up, it might be very
Yeah,
dangerous.
this is clearly dangerous. You should avoid
And
it.
king f7,
Yeah, this could be the move.
and then rook e3 again.
This is dangerous for white also because
It's of course.
now maybe you threaten to go here.
Mm.
Okay.
Very unclear.
Very unclear. So white has to find the right move. I'm sure he's checking all these lines,
Mm.
and trying to find out which is the best. Maybe in the end the black's calculation is correct. Is there an alternative like taking with the bishop? We talked about this. Is there a difference here? I don't know. But then f5 again. Is there some point in having the knight
Okay,
here?
I have one crazy idea. If you go back. Okay, knight e4, rook e. Can you play rook e1?
Yeah.
Take on d2,
But
take on e8.
f5 is still possible.
But I mean, probably you can take on d2, take on e8, knight f8.
Yeah, also.
I
Of
think
course,
it's enough,
It's enough.
So it didn't work, so you have to take it. So knight take, pawn take, rook e1, f5. I think this is absolutely critical here. Because you have one move, for this position to play, don't you? Because you do not threaten to take anything here.
Yeah, you can make something else.
Exactly.
But you only have one, probably. Well, maybe you have two moves actually. Maybe you can, because how do you protect the? Well, maybe you can move the king to f8 or something. Protect the rook. So maybe that's a threat. King f8. Yeah, that could be a threat here.
And is there any c4? But that's nothing, huh?
I mean, you could take the check.
Mm-hmm.
King goes here, and let's say you play something like this. How bad is this? Is this bad for white? b2 is not possible to take because of rook e to b1.
And it's difficult to move maybe queen c7 and knight b6.
Because I think if you start doing this, probably you can take
then
it.
you can.
Then this is
this
good.
starts to really. No. But I think queen c7 in this position,
Yeah, then I have to go back, I think.
and then knight b6.
And then you can play at some point g5 maybe. here, and maybe now you can do this.
Yeah, maybe, well, I don't think you even have to do that to
Well, maybe
be
I can
better.
go
actually.
here. You play here, maybe I can play this.
Do you
But-
like this after bishop f5?
No, I'm just surviving.
You're surviving exactly.
Survival
Yeah.
mode.
Yeah, c5.
And then rook, you play the rook
This
here
is-
and the queen here, and yeah, you fight.
Black is winning after c5 and rook a8.
I wouldn't be so
No, you are.
categorical. I mean, there is some
Yeah.
C5 threat here, and
Black
Look,
plays
look,
c5 now.
yeah, of course.
Come on.
This is not what you want,
No.
but sometimes you have to.
There must be. It must. Then the other version was much better.
You
I
can't
think.
always get what you want.
I
They
heard.
sang
I've heard
once,
that.
yes.
I've heard that. Okay, so rook e1, f5, bishop c4. No, f8. So here. Okay, let's try knight e5 again. It must be this move. No, I think it's the only chance. And then no, and bishop takes. If you take with a bishop, do you threatens to do anything now? Not
Well,
really. huh?
you maybe you threaten to,
No. Okay, queen take. We must take with the queen.
I agree. And now we have this move.
Wait.
We missed this.
I had one idea. What about if you go back instead of knight g5, rook a d1 to protect the pawn on d4? What about that move?
And if we take here, is there some terrible thing happening?
I don't know
Probably. You have some queen check and queen e6, right?
exactly.
So this
Take.
might be dangerous. Take
Queen e1 or queen e3
queen e3. There's only one move.
and queen
Now
e6.
Queen e6 is very good.
Yeah.
Suddenly the attack works.
So rook a d1.
So not knight g5.
Rook a d1 to protect.
Yeah, this is a much better move.
Maybe.
And now I think we have to move back with the queen here. But maybe now
Knight
you can do
g5.
it.
Yeah,
Now you
that's
can do it.
because you're trying to play knight to h7 checkmate. It's
But
very nice.
what happens here?
Yeah, what happens? And queen g6.
But now we're in time to protect.
How much?
Now we threaten bishop e6. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
We will just have to leave this for
Yeah.
now.
Because
we-
otherwise we will only look at this the whole time. you
Yeah,
know.
we can analyze it forever. So let's check this guy.
Mhm.
Already a draw. And then we have this.
Yeah, and here
Oh, things have
he's
changed.
going for the pawn.
He's going for the pawn. But this looks good now for black, I think.
I think it looked good before as well, actually.
Yeah, but I think he must have.
G5, because that made the f5 square possible for the knight.
Is Khan a little bit of a guy who likes to play when he's in good form and maybe not playing so
No.
well when he's out of form? Because he had this horrible game yesterday.
But he also, when he lost to Hampus Sørensen, he also started to move, like the pawns on the king's side.
Okay. So when he's stressed, he pushes the pawns. Is that
Maybe,
correct? Yeah.
maybe.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, you're right. He's pushing because there is no reason for h4. If you play h4 here, that's a sign that you don't know what you're doing.
No, but here, I thought this idea h4 and rook a1 was, h1 and h5 was the only way to go if you want an active plan for white. But black is very fast here. He will play knight e7 and then go for the d4 pawn.
It's true.
Mhm.
So h4, knight e7, bishop f4.
Mhm.
And now he has to defend this pawn.
Mhm.
Bishop d6, bishop c1. Yeah, of course he will have to give the d4 pawn.
Mm.
And
I think this looks horrible for white, because after rook take d4, you will also threaten to take on h4 with a check.
yeah, but there is a small crux in the position,
Mm-hmm.
and that is the fact that if I can play b4, I win the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I go here. B5 maybe.
Yep. You have to play
D5 at some point.
If you.
Should I play D5?
But if you play
now?
D5, I mean, you can of course take on C3 and take knight, take D5. You know. This is not very funny.
Yeah, here you really need to find some good ideas.
I think William will win this actually. Even though Khan has much better time, I think that's the only factor that is in his
Yeah, because
favor.
if you play B4 here, then bishop B6, and this guy here is hanging.
But what has he done with pushing the pawn to G5, letting the F5 square, H4, knight is ready for the H4 pawn. It looks really, really strange.
Okay, I will make a few more moves. I'm not going to sign yet.
No, of course you shouldn't. Bishop take. Rook take. Rook take.
Yeah, this is not so nice, but we will continue to make some moves here. Maybe this. But now you can probably check.
And then take on A3.
And take on A3. I was hoping to somehow, some way get something here on the king. But
a lot of.
But I need this bishop to be here for another move, and I cannot, because I need to get, I think, H5 in or something, and move my knight to C5 and somehow. But no, this doesn't work. But
Okay.
the position, I think Khan has lost his way here. So I think we will go back to number 1 again.
Yes, please.
And
a lot of things happened here.
Yeah.
Good. Let's see.
So we had something like this, and then we saw these knight maneuvers coming, and there was an exchange here. Bishop D2.
Okay, play slowly.
B8,
Yeah.
Knight D5, and there was an exchange here. Now White has actually secured himself a square here. So
yeah.
it's that is
One
something.
advantage.
That's something.
Because Black wants to have his knight on D4, of course. You know.
Yeah, but he cannot get there.
That's right.
And now F5 came, and he played for
Knight E3.
this square.
One problem is, of course, you want to play knight B6 to take it away, but then bishop A5 is a problem. You know.
Yeah.
So
So knight B6 to take this square. This, unfortunately, immediately loses the game to a pin. But the move you want to look at is this, of course.
and now knight F6 maybe.
Maybe show
Because you need to do something here. Because if White could play in that position bishop G4, if you do not play knight D7, then bishop G4 and White is much better.
But I think this attack will never be anything, because Bassem has a very strong move here.
Queen B6, yeah.
Just exchange, then the knight will jump back to C4. The rook will come over, and it will going to be a massacre.
Yeah, I'm not sure he will play F4 actually, because it for me.
No, I'm not. It's the move you want to.
Knight F6 I think is a normal move for me.
Knight F6 is perhaps better, yeah.
Because then you at least you put pressure on E4.
Luckily for White, it's already protected with the queen here. But this is definitely a possibility. Maybe you go here just.
I think so too. Yeah.
And you might even put the bishop here just to, or play F3. Also a possibility. Black can never attack without the queen.
Should you play like Rook F7 to try to go to B7?
Yeah, this is not a bad idea. But
is it Queen B6 again?
I mean, there is this idea to advance even further with the knight.
But I think Queen B6 is simple and strong.
But then you lose the e-pawn.
No,
right?
I don't.
Not immediately. Yeah, probably. So take And you have to move the bishop, I guess, here.
Yeah, and then f3.
And then f3.
And then rook b1, knight c4. Simple play. It looks like a Bassam position a little bit. Where
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
have like
He loves this type of, and he will play it perfectly. And he has all the squares. I mean, this bishop can get around this way. This bishop can go here. The rook goes here. What are these guys doing? I mean, it's
especially bishop on b7.
yeah. And this is every piece is bad in black's position. This is a horror story. I predicted Bassam will win this.
Yep. And the time, clearly better time as well.
Yeah.
That's a clear sign.
So we go to next game,
And we have this. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had this position, and we talked about all the. This was actually the position, and we saw an exchange.
Yeah.
Queen b7 was played.
Of course, putting the queen on what you could say the right color. Also preparing for b5. That black wants to create a post pawn of his own.
Yep.
But a4 is the normal move.
And a6.
Now comes a very interesting decision.
Yeah. Of course, the idea for black now is just to play b5 like this, and start exchanging, and then later you want to push c4 and get the passed pawn, and then you know that even if you lose that pawn, you will play with 3 against 4, and in most minor piece or major piece endings, it's a draw. So it's a very, because if you start losing pawns on the queen side, then you're completely lost. So you need to exchange those. But he plays interestingly. He takes on f6 and he goes e4.
I have one idea. Can you play b5 here?
You mean to take on e4? So what you're talking about is this, and the queen takes, and now you have the counter.
And queen take b5. But I was not sure if there was something here. Probably not. Then it's probably just good for white. If you go back, because there was one other possibility. If you just go back.
I don't like this so much.
No, me neither. But let's see it. There was one. I had one. If you I played e4 now. Of course, yeah. Because I thought.
But can't you just play a little bit slower here?
Yeah, of course.
Maybe play rook c8 or e8 also possibly. But then e5 is probably, let's play here and with the idea of playing b5.
And e5.
And now I'm willing to go back because you cannot play knight to e5, but maybe you can go e6.
Exactly. What white will do is try to create an attack here.
Yeah, that's the problem.
This is really dangerous.
Yeah, now it's really dangerous.
Rook d7 will come.
So probably you
play b5 in between.
After
e5.
Yeah, maybe. So here you have this.
I thought about this also because.
Should you take maybe?
Yeah, take.
Have to take
one
pawn.
take. And
maybe
now,
queen g4.
Yeah. Question is where to put the queen. Yeah, queen g4 and e6 maybe.
Also rook d7 is.
Yeah, rook d7 is.
Maybe, but there is queen a6.
Yeah.
So probably this.
Rook d7, and h4 after that. Huh?
Yes. Yeah, this can be very dangerous. This is the right way for white to play. He should play for an attack. And that's the idea. No, I think white has a substantial advantage here.
Me too.
But it's not over yet. It's not.
Of course not. But at least it seems like Costa will have.
I mean, let's
let's
make a few more moves. Let's play bishop f8.
Knight g. You can check and take the pawn. So queen.
Yeah, we can just show that. Here, maybe you can do this.
Rook d1. My God.
Oh.
And the rook is hanging on c8.
Okay, so then you would have to play back here, but.
And now e6.
Oh no! Sorry. You go to a6, of course.
And e6 maybe even.
Yeah, I guess you have to take it.
No.
At some point you come with
knight take.
Knight takes. Yeah. Yeah, this is dangerous. So there was something going wrong here. No, but this is a dangerous position, of course.
Rook
so
d7.
knight g5 is not so bad.
So e4, that's the position, huh?
So we shouldn't play queen a1. But there's what you do. No, this is good.
I like how Hebela has played this position. I'm quite impressed by that.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, to understand that this is a very, very dangerous position for black due to the attack with e5, e6 coming quickly, you know.
Mm.
And b5, take. Can you play b5? And if you take with the pawn, you take with the queen.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the best way to do.
To try and take the sting out of
Maybe
white's...
queen d5.
Yeah, you need to keep the queens, so queen d5 probably.
Because you, and now h6 you play. If you play e5, you have rook d8. Huh? I think this is the best try, actually.
Yeah, maybe.
You need to be active here.
Yeah.
Mm.
So b5 is probably the best move.
And if you take on c5,
maybe that's
then
better.
you just take on
You
a4,
take,
huh?
yeah.
And you cannot. What I can see, there is no way to protect the back rank.
No, so you cannot take. So this is bad.
Mm.
Yeah, b5 is certainly the best move.
Mm.
So
Then queen d5.
now,
I was just thinking. I don't know.
let's
You-
say we take it.
Yeah, take back.
Yeah, how?
But it doesn't. Rook takes. This doesn't look very good. You know, I was thinking about e5 and so on, but I think if you take on a4 and play rook c8 or something like that, it should be absolutely okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not.
Mm.
It's playable, but it's not.
No, so it must be queen d5. No, what a take on b5. I mean, after b5, take on b5, queen take b5, and now find another way of playing here. And queen d5 h6. Is there anything there?
Queen d5. Well, once you play queen d5, it's always rook d8 at some point. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, if you do not play it, rook d8 will come as well, I guess, huh?
Yeah. No, but I don't believe that. I mean, seems to be quite okay for black.
Or is it e5 now, maybe?
Yeah, I was looking at that.
But even to take...
But maybe you can just take.
Just take and play bishop rook d8, maybe.
Rook d8. I don't know. Take, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d5 is possible, maybe.
And bishop b7.
Then bishop e7. Yeah. No,
This is absolutely okay for black.
It could be even
be better. Yeah.
Because this pawn is very strong.
Yeah, so this will happen. But it seems like b5 and take with the queen is the best chance, at least, you know.
Yeah. Okay,
let's move on.
We move on to
Trust. Let's see what has happened.
So we had knight b4.
Yeah.
King h1, queen c7, and then nothing has happened. And they have used lots of time. Kaido, look here. He has 1 hour, and now he has 30 minutes, 32 minutes. So he has used half an hour on queen c7.
Okay, not so impressive, I must say.
What is that?
Yeah. At least you should have made a long move if you think a lot.
Yeah, something.
Don't you think so?
Yeah, because I could make it queen c7 in 1 second. I mean, it's the obvious move, right?
Yeah. Okay, queen c7, c3. Let's say played c3, for example. That's the normal move. Huh?
But Edwin, of course, is trying to find out what's so good about this
why
queen.
did you think for so long?
What's the point?
Then now I must think so long as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I see.
I need to sort of match his effort,
time
management. So
no,
anyway, things haven't changed much. I mean, c3 still
knight a6 and knight d4. We have this type of position.
Yeah.
Okay. White is better. I'm for sure, But okay,
But it's a game.
it's a game.
So I think we go to the Bensinger. This game was fascinating.
Yeah, this was very fascinating.
So let's see. We had Queen E8, and he chose to play knight and knight takes. And now, of course, we saw that this obvious move was not so obvious after this, with threats to go and take the bishop. So instead, he played after this. He played this move, Queen A4.
Oh, that was a strange move,
Surprise move.
but maybe strong. Because now it threatens to play Queen E4 maybe at a time.
Yeah, I mean you could play a move like Knight B7, but then probably
I mean Queen E4 again. Is
Queen E4.
even, you know.
Yes, you could play something like that.
And then Bishop C6. Oh, yeah.
The material is actually equal here. So they have 6 pawns each. But white has the pair of bishops, and of course, if black starts making moves like Knight B7, white should be better, I think. So okay, Queen A4. But he didn't do that.
Right.
Interestingly, he played this.
Yeah.
And same idea as before.
Yeah.
He threatened to take here and take the bishop. So
of course.
so taking here is not really an option.
No. So did he play Queen E4?
He played King
D2.
Yeah.
Oh my! This is
And,
interesting.
Now
Yes.
C4.
D5.
And now the knight comes.
And the come on, King.
So this is the situation now.
My God, this is fantastic.
Yeah. Incredible play.
So if you play like King F2
then I guess you have to take.
and take, then you can take on C4. Maybe E3 check is annoying.
Maybe E3 and the king.
Maybe E3. Then King G1.
Now bishop E6 maybe.
Yeah, and Queen E4. Queen take
I
on
mean
B5.
black has only sacrificed a pawn here.
Yeah, black must be better.
Yeah.
Must be better, but we were very fast in our when we played E3 and so on.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
maybe there is something even better. I don't know. D5. Because if you do not, F5 can come as well. Simply take with the other pawn, So, and the rook is hanging as well.
Yeah.
So so
actually, we played King F2.
you could take the rook. Yeah.
You could take the rook, but then maybe you have.
And even when we took on E4, take on C4, you could take on A1.
Right.
So not very good analyzing. Yeah.
Yeah, a little
My
bit
God.
sketchy.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that black is almost winning this game. It is.
We have a move.
We have a move.
Rook AD1.
Okay. Actually protecting against our idea. So should it be bishop B7 maybe?
This is possible, yes. I mean, taking on E4 is also an option, but I don't know if queen takes C4 is possible. You can take on F3, bishop B7, and so on.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things to analyze and lots of things to think about. Very tricky position, I would say. So let's just make a reasonable move here.
Bishop B7.
Should we, yeah, okay, bishop B7, why not? That's good, yeah, that's very reasonable, I agree.
Does he want to play, if you take on E4, does he want to play F4 then? And the king is absolutely safe on E3.
Yes, forever.
Forever. At least it is an idea.
I don't really see any good moves for white here. It looks very difficult, whatever you do. There is also an idea to just play the knight back here at some point and increase the pressure on this square here.
I agree.
It's very, very bad. Oh, this must be very good for black. I believe this move is good. This could also be good, but it's more open and more
I thought
tactics.
that F4 might come.
Yeah, maybe f4.
just to try to
Yeah.
close
yeah,
it down
yeah,
a bit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's unusual, but
Yeah. It could be a good move in this position, and
or at least a tryout.
maybe White can
Bishop G4.
survive a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So okay, Rook to AD1.
Mhm.
Probably Bishop B7 is the
Mhm.
best option,
Mm.
and we'll
Agree.
see what happens.
Yep. Okay.
So we go to Seaman. We have this position.
Okay. Is it whom to play? 92 was played.
There was Queen
like
B6,
we wanted in
92,
the end.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Rook D8, Knight F4,
Mm-hmm.
and now Knight C2.
Ah, he wants to.
Tactical
I
solution,
see.
controlling the black squares.
Mm-hmm. Take.
Take, Queen takes,
Knight E2.
Knight E2.
Queen F6. Or
He played Queen E5, attacking the knight.
uh-huh.
Bishop F3, King.
Yeah. And now D4 or what will come?
Well, yeah, he played D4, correct.
Mm-hmm.
White has a more.
Yeah, white is still better, but
Yeah.
okay.
Aesthetically, White's position is nicer.
Mm.
But black, there is some potential here. I
The
would say.
question is, of course, how to proceed now, because
Yep.
quite often you want to play like D5 or something to destroy, but then, E5 might come, and
As soon as you play D5, then the black squares. I mean, even the Bishop F6
Yeah.
or Bishop C5 and so on. It's not so clear. And the question is, what is White doing here? What's the objective? What do you want to do?
I want
Before
to-
we talked about the kingside attack,
Mhm.
but now it seems to be far off, right?
But sometimes you can play like Queen C2, threatening to play G4 at some
Yes,
moments,
Could be.
just also to give him bad pawns, But
I agree, it's possible.
it's still at least you can say that White has got an easier game, I think, due to the fact that the pawns are so strange for black.
Yeah.
But there's no immediate crack of the black position
Yeah.
from what I can see.
This is a fighting position, and
Mhm.
it can go either way. I would
Mhm.
say.
Mhm.
Plans B6 maybe.
Yeah, this could be a plan, as you
Mhm.
said. Yeah,
Mm,
B6,
could be.
and then maybe.
But again,
maybe
Bishop
even
B7, then
something.
D5.
Or Bishop A6.
Also
Mhm. Yeah,
going
could
with
be.
the bishop here. This could be a target.
Mm.
This could be a target. Many possibilities.
Mm.
Let's go to the next game.
Mm.
We have action.
Yes. Oh, he played King H7. What a move. What happened here?
F5,
Yeah. Bishop C4.
and now he played King H7.
How can he play this move?
This was the obvious move, right?
King F8.
We have already established that. So King H7, Knight G5, takes. Yeah, but haven't we already? This is.
Yeah, we said that Knight F6 and Bishop F7.
So this is the only move that
Mm.
I would say, or isn't it?
Okay.
Is there a G6? No, but then Bishop F7.
F7 again.
That does not work.
And Queen H5 is a threat, isn't it?
Well, let's see. Yes, it looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think it's absolutely game over.
Take Knight F6.
Bishop F7,
Bishop F7.
threatening to play Queen G6 and take on F6.
Has he found some fantastic move here?
Yes, but no.
Yes, but no.
What is this?
Yeah, this is just.
It's Let's go instead of Knight F6. Is there anything else? We just need to understand, because this was so strange. How can he play King H7? Incredible.
Especially since we didn't.
Yeah, no.
We didn't find anything after this.
No, and at least
No.
not something.
Well, you had this idea, Rook D1.
But it was not very
But
impressive.
then Queen C7, and you.
Perhaps Queen E2.
Now?
No. Just instead of Rook.
Here. You mean after king f8 or
Yes.
you wanted
Why?
to play queen e2?
I don't know why.
But what's the threat now?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe queen e2, yeah. Okay, no, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Mm.
But at least black is not losing. I mean, in the other line it looks like it's mate, right?
Mm. You know, it's true.
Well, maybe we can just go back with the queen again here.
And queen g5, knight g5,
Again.
and queen, and then
But now we have this move, right? Or you want to go in with your
yeah,
knight?
my favorite move.
Yeah. Maybe we can protect.
Knight e5. Oh, checkmate, checkmate, checkmate.
And
On
you're
G6.
going for the mate
Yes.
all the time.
Yes. Unfortunately, g5 was also possible, I think. But now I can check on g6 and then take on e7.
Yeah.
White is winning.
So maybe this move.
But at least actually this was better chances, maybe. You know, if you compare to
maybe
what we saw before.
that is what we think now, but
Yes.
we might have missed something. So,
Of course.
but
But this was at least very strange. Or not.
no, but this.
We
Yes,
had-
it was played. G6 was
Yeah,
played.
and bishop gf7, we saw this.
Knight f8.
And
Okay,
he's...
yeah, he plays. He plays with an exchange
Okay,
down.
bishop e6, and the bishop is trapped.
Oh,
But I still don't believe in it, but okay.
nice idea.
Mm-hmm.
Take on G6 or? No, it's not so clear.
No. What about bishop to g3? And if you take, you play queen e7.
Yeah.
Queen
the bishop,
c7.
the bishop is still trapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tough game, but yeah.
Really tough game.
So bishop takes e8, probably bishop e6.
You
But
can't.
You can take here, but I don't really see a continuation because after check you just move
Exactly.
here.
No. This is wrong. This is wrong.
Yeah,
So
probably.
I think more in that in this bishop g3. You know, bishop g3, queen to bishop e6, and bishop g3, queen c7, and now f3. If you can get d5, can you something like yeah, d5 in this position?
I guess we'd have to take if you take with the pawn, you can
Mhm.
actually.
Mhm.
So this move, right?
Yeah, my idea was, can you do
C4?
no,
you
well,
can
take on. I thought more. Now you can take on maybe you can take on g6 and you get the f5 pawn, you know. But I don't know. No, to take on g3 first, and d6 first, and then take on.
Yeah, okay.
And you have a more strange position here. Take
You should start
take
here,
on
I guess.
g6. Knight take on d6, and take on f5, and we have a position with 3. You have 2 pawns, and white should be better, I think.
Nah.
No.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure, but at least this looks like a most promising I've seen so far. You're threatening to play c4 maybe, and then if you get the d5, you will have rooks and queens in attack.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's he has to play something like this.
But the question is, how forced was this?
Well, it's not It's not 100% forced.
We are
Okay,
making-
bishop e6,
was played.
bishop g3. Interesting idea. And the queen c7 is one move. There are other actually
Of course,
options here.
because if you take on g3, check on e7, because it's still out of play, you know.
Maybe go here. You have to exchange. I think.
I take.
Rook
I
takes.
take on d6.
And I take.
Now I just need to get out with my bishop, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
happy.
the only thing.
And I play g4.
And then, yeah, maybe you're breaking out now, are you?
I don't know. King g7. f3. Rook d8. I mean, in the end, it will probably be like, you know, rook and take on h3 maybe. And take on c6, and we have a very strange endgame.
Yeah, it will be some probably some
Probably
endgame.
endgame with.
Yeah,
But I still believe that white is better actually. But I think it's a very, very hard fight.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
What a game! It's fantastic. I think.
You know, in a position like this, I'm not so sure because I think black's minor pieces are quite good here.
Yeah.
And black has a g pawn, so
Yeah, it's.
it's a little bit like this game we looked at yesterday.
Mm.
It seems like the rooks are better, but
Yes.
the game can't lost.
But you know, I'm very materialistic guy, so I'm counting the
Yeah, but
pawns. And
but then it's even, right?
even yeah.
You have a rook.
No, rook and 2 pawns.
Yeah, but it's a very small advantage
Okay.
for white.
Okay.
In my book.
In your book.
Yes, I think it's rook and 1.5 pawns.
Yes.
Isn't that the?
So then white is slightly better.
Yes, but it's so small. A half a pawn is.
Okay.
You know.
So let's go back or go to another game.
Yeah.
You
So
choose.
we go here.
Mhm.
This was a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
this
then
was,
we have this game,
Mm-hmm.
and it has transformed. And
What is this?
white is 2 pawns down,
2 pawns down.
but
What is this?
let's see. So
This is so
So-
strange. This position.
okay, a3 was played, and here he played rook e4.
Mm-hmm.
Take,
Mhm.
take, bishop a2,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Mm-hmm.
he played like this.
Okay, because if you play c4, you go. He went there. Okay.
Then we have this position.
He's 1 pawn up.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the f2 pawn. Yeah, but he can take. No, he cannot take the f pawn, right?
Yes, you can, because then he plays knight c1, but it's dangerous, of course, because it might be trapped after bishop b2 in the end. But
So let's have a look at that. If you
Mhm.
can take it, it's good, right? So here,
take
take,
and bishop b2.
and this.
If you have such a good position with black, it seems a little bit. What do you say?
Yeah. So most likely he will
Do
not
something
take.
else.
But do you think this is winning for black?
I don't know. I think this was. If it was a little bit strange, you know, when I saw. If you go back, if you just go back, I didn't follow the moves here because I think it was a bit strange here, somewhere here. Okay, so yeah, continue. Yeah, and he took on d4. That must be correct. Take, but it could also be that you take with the knight on
Yeah,
d4.
that's what I'm thinking. Maybe you should do that.
Yeah. And then go for like, you know, knight
But,
e6.
what you can say is
b5 and
losing the d4 pawn in itself does not necessarily lose the game. It's a very weak pawn, so if you lose it,
but of course, you know, if you take with the knight, you know, black is clearly better.
yeah.
But he was thinking that the other was that this is winning. So now, also here you can play b5, huh?
Yes, this is certainly
To go just to get out of this, and I think that this must be winning. I think
I'm not so sure about that.
the bishop, the knight on f5,
Because now you can move this knight and you have better
bishop
pawns.
b6.
Then you can play at some point bishop e3 maybe. I don't know. Let's say you make a move.
Okay,
like
knight f5. Knight f5. Yeah.
at some point this knight. Well, the knight d6 is at some point as well. Okay, you can go here, of course.
Yeah.
Let's say we go here. Threaten the knight.
Knight e6.
Now we could take it
Okay, maybe.
and maybe go here.
And bishop b6 and take on f2.
Yeah, but
Okay, it's not. I agree. It's not completely clear. I agree.
I don't know.
Still a fight,
It's unclear. Yeah.
but it's black. No doubt, black is the one who
Yeah.
can win the game.
Maybe you can play something like this. Take. And maybe you can go here.
Yeah.
Black has these pawns here.
Knight to d4. I don't know. It's good.
And then we.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is hanging. Anyway, this did not happen. So let's.
Okay,
have a
let's see
look.
what's happening. Yeah. And now, yeah.
He went back.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, black is much better,
Mm-hmm.
and it will be interesting to see if he can win it or not. But Khan is fighting.
Yeah, he's good at that.
Yeah.
But now you threaten to play knight c1, knight b3, and something like that, huh?
Right.
That's what he wants to do.
Yeah. So white needs to get his bishops out.
The
somehow.
problem is a little bit for black is that the king is stuck to protect the g7 pawn. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's not so. This is not so easy, I think,
No, it's not easy.
because as long as you can keep the both bishops, you have good chances with white to keep up in this type of
And if
position.
let's say white manages to get this f pawn going,
Yeah, and f5.
maybe even
bishop,
f5, something like that.
Try to create some play.
Yeah, maybe get the bishop around, and the bishop
Mhm.
comes here,
Mhm.
and then suddenly you're down here and attacking the pawns. It can suddenly be a situation where you have the chances of getting a passed h pawn here
Hmm?
if you exchange the f for the g.
Mhm.
So it could be like that. Okay, let's go back to the top game.
Mhm.
So we
I
saw
know what
we
move I
saw
wanted to play in this
he
position.
played rook f7 and f3. I
Mhm.
think you
Yeah.
said
Yeah.
rook b7, queen c2,
Mhm.
g5, and now
Mhm.
the knight comes,
Mhm.
and rook b1.
Mhm. The move I was thinking of in that position,
In which one?
in instead of rook b1 was g4 for white,
Yeah, this is possible.
because now black wants to put his knight on f4 or do something, but now the bishop on g7 is dead, and h5 of course, then h3. Now it's difficult for me to see how.
Mm-hmm.
I think this looks very good for white.
Yeah, this is a typical.
It's a typical answer in
Yeah,
this
it's a
position.
typical way to block the game.
Why didn't he play this?
But the knight, it can come like this.
But it takes a long
here.
time. You would play
I
knight
know.
b,
And
rook
you put it
b7,
here.
rook d8.
And you put pressure on this guy. The bishop goes to f8 and protects the d6 score.
But rook b1, rook b8 is very fast and very dangerous.
Yes. I'm not saying that, but yeah. Anyway,
But on the other hand,
since Bassem did not play it, it was not good. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I guess that he has also calculated that if, the only move for black in that sense would be g4 to avoid g. Maybe white can play g4 in the next move.
Yeah.
So then you can start
But
to put pressure.
I think you have a good point.
Mhm.
And I'm sure he was thinking about it.
Yes.
But I think he thought, I'm not afraid of that.
No.
Because if you do it, white could even switch to a kingside attack.
Mm.
Playing
Or
king-
but I mean, rook b8 is such a nasty move. So.
But I think white has a substantial advantage here.
Mm.
And there are different ways to play it.
Mm.
And I think what you said is I like the g4
Mm.
idea. I like this static, you
Mm,
just
of
block.
course,
block.
just to take away
Yeah.
all kind of
Yeah.
counterplay.
So very interesting. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Black played g4,
Yeah. But
and the knight went in.
so
What I think might be the case is that Bassem has calculated.
I think maybe it's even a forced win
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think he's just going to take the bishop of c8.
because you cannot play queen c7 because then bishop a5. So you need to the queen on d7, rook b8. It's terrible position. Threatening to take on a6.
I think it's over. That's the reason why he didn't play
Yeah.
g4,
Yeah.
because it's just over.
Mm.
But I think we should go to another game because I think this is
Okay.
We will see how it's
Bassan will
done.
come to us and show
he,
it
he will
afterwards.
show. He will show us what
Mhm.
happened. So in this game,
B5 came.
well, but there was bishop e7, because we
Mhm.
said b5 immediately, right? Your plan was this, and take with the queen.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
This was your idea.
Mm-hmm.
But Leonardo da Vinci, he played bishop e7. Same idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was rook d5 and b5. Take, queen d3.
Mm-hmm. But this
But
actually
this is
not as good, I think.
No,
I think the other version was better for.
I agree with you. I think
Mhm.
this is a better chance for
white.
For white, yes.
Mhm.
I think it's a better chance.
The
Because
question is now c4. Take. Should you play that?
but then you can. Yeah, I know.
I mean, you know, just to get rid of this
Yes.
and then just defend. Is this the best chance?
Something
exactly.
like this.
And then take.
So how is this ending?
Yeah. It's like this type of 50-50
Yeah,
games where
it's like
half of the time white will win, half of the time it will be a draw.
I think Jonathan Spielman wrote some really good endgame books, and he in the end in one of them he's listing all the different
Mm-hmm.
3 against 4 with knight against bishop and so on.
Mhm.
And I think he said that 4 against 3 with knight against bishop is a win for white.
Mm-hmm. But now we have a rook as well.
And then the question, yeah,
And this is, of course, if it's a rook end game, it
because
will be a draw.
if you have 4 against 3 and you have the bishop against the knight,
Mhm.
it's a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Yeah, of course. So,
anyway, this is a possibility.
yeah, but
the question
quite often it's difficult,
The
to
question
go into this
Yes,
mode
but
of just defending, So
I don't think black should be that
No.
desperate.
no.
That is my take.
So, what would you do?
The threat is rook d7,
That's correct.
so we need to make something out
Yeah.
of nothing. We have to move I think we have to move the queen. What do you say about that?
Yeah. I think so.
I mean, is there a point in some? But you always play h3, right? That's your standard reply.
Yeah.
Oh, he played it.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe it's desperation time.
Or it's the best chance.
Yes. Queen b1, queen f1. Yes.
Mm.
Yes. You are right. We were looking at this just recently.
I'll take on. Yes, take. Okay, take on e4.
Yes.
And then
And
rook
then
e5,
rook e5,
queen
queen
b7.
b7. Yes.
Very good.
Yes,
Bra,
yes,
Gabriel.
yes.
Härligt.
This is true.
Okay.
So you
Then
don't
it's for
you should-
sure.
Yeah.
Then for sure it's.
Yeah. Is it sure? Is
No,
it,
but at least then it's.
Yeah. Then we understand the point. Yeah. So queen takes c4 is maybe not so good here.
So maybe you should not play take on c4
That's an alternative. Yes.
because you want to keep, could be that you should play like
But then c4 should be good, right?
queen d1 or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. But then you could maybe you could take. What about this?
And
Then you have rook d7.
no,
right?
queen take e4 again.
Yeah, sorry. So you go here. But maybe now we can just.
Mm. True. Now it's tough game. Yeah.
Maybe knight e5
Knight or knight d4, knight f5.
also.
I don't know.
I was thinking about coming with.
Yeah.
But then the
Also.
e4 is hanging. Yeah.
Mm. Always.
No, it's not.
That was a good. At least c4. This
Yeah.
trick
yeah,
with take on
yeah,
e4
yeah.
was good. Very good.
Okay, I think we should go to the next game because lots of things are happening. So. Oh, what's this? c4.
Mm-hmm.
So queen c7, and then c4,
Okay.
b6, bishop e3, and now he went back. knight d4.
That was a bit.
I'm a bit surprised actually.
Yes, I think that it was a little bit strange played by Edwin actually, but because now you take away the possibility to play with c3, b4, and so on. You know, so I would have preferred to put the knight on b5 when you can take back with the bishop, for example, or play bishop to b5 at the moment. So it's a bit surprising that you do not stop the pawn on c3.
So what do you do here? You play knight d4.
Knight d4 is
very normal.
obvious move.
And then this.
And now the question, is it knight f5? Maybe?
Maybe this. Just protect. Because I'm thinking maybe here you can take.
Yeah, of course.
Classical.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's not 100% certain, but it looks.
No, this looks good.
Yeah.
But also knight f5. I just thought that knight. No, instead of b3. Also knight f5 I think is possible. But maybe take and knight b3 was nothing. I agree. Okay, so
Yeah, it's.
yeah,
I think it's too much.
Too much, yeah.
it's too much.
Okay.
We just show it so
Knight
everyone
b3.
know what we're talking
Yeah, I
about.
tried to find some kind of smart stuff here, but no.
So, yeah,
But still, knight d4, knight c5, b3, then you can play g6 maybe to take away this.
and then maybe
Bishop
some move
h6
here.
and rook e8. Is this queen f4? Yeah, okay, maybe. It's more dangerous than I thought actually. And if you play f6, it's not very fun, yeah?
Nah, you don't want to do it.
No. Maybe even queen, bishop g4,
Bishop g4.
maybe. Okay, this is, at least this is better for white. There is
But
no doubt
maybe
here.
this g6 is not.
No? It's true?
Maybe this it's not necessary.
No, true. Should you instead play? This idea is actually
Actually, there is a very good move here. This
Mhm.
you take, and then he says,
Okay,
"Ah,
play this.
I will play this." This is quite important because if you can play bishop f6,
And then you
that's-
play queen d3
you still have some ideas.
and bishop g5.
Yeah,
But maybe you can even play knight to e8, you know, and then bishop e7. You can you will. It will be an okay position after that because you have your good
you
bishop
think
left.
so with the knight on
Yeah.
e8?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but there might also, because in this position, okay, you threaten to take on f6, but you don't have the black squared bishop, so it's not so easy to get an attack.
No, I of course.
But interesting things can happen.
Mhm.
Okay, let's go to this game.
Oh my, yeah, this crazy game. Yeah,
He didn't play bishop b7. He took,
he took
and white played f4.
f4. That's why I wonder if this was. I mean, still white must be. Black must be better, of course. But
That is what we think.
yeah, that's what we think. Bishop e6, for example.
Yeah.
You know, just to protect and bring out the pieces, and
Mm-hmm.
rook b8.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, it is not the best square for the queen, for the king, to put it on d4, e3. It's quite.
Well, in the ending,
in the ending, yeah.
No.
B6 istället för B6.
Vad sa du? Dam e6, b6 could be. Kanske dam as. Yeah, okay, maybe.
you could go for some direct attack here. I agree. Why not? This looks good.
Yeah.
And then just give a check here.
Knight d4.
Yeah. Could you go to g4?
Yeah, could be. Queen, bishop f2. Yeah.
Take. the
Maybe,
pawn.
maybe even. Yeah, this is good. I agree. Bishop g3 was not. No. I mean, it's for sure.
But bishop e6 was played,
Mm-hmm.
so we don't have to analyze queen e6. And I think we can just say this is very good for black. Should be a winning position. Let's see what happens and
Mhm.
go to the next game. Okay. So this is interesting.
And you jump up with the king.
So let's see here.
Okay.
Bishop f3, d4. We saw this.
Mm-hmm.
Queen c2.
Yeah.
I think this was even your
Yeah.
suggestion
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And now d5.
Yes. This is the classical way, actually, to try to break through, you know.
Yeah, but the problem is that now your bishop might be slightly.
Yeah, but you can play maybe bishop g4.
He did.
He did? Okay, great. Mm-hmm.
And h5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this Yasin Sari, he's playing with a lot of ideas,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. But the question is how to continue the pressure here.
Yeah.
Or if I put it this, what about, okay, so rook b1 you can take on d5 with the rook,
Right.
because otherwise you are trying to find a way to put pressure on the position. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But the question is how.
Yeah, g4 is nothing but you take and bishop takes and you have actually only weakened
Mhm.
yourself. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not an easy position. The risk for white is that suddenly black gets everything in order
Mm-hmm.
and then he's better. And now when you play d5, there are obvious moves you can make. And the bishop comes out and the rook goes down to a2 at some point.
Maybe you should play like queen to b3, something like that. Just to be able to play like knight c3 and knight d5. Knight
So you
b5.
give up this
Yeah.
thing
Yeah,
here and
yeah.
you
Yep.
say I'm finished with that.
Yeah, now I have forced your king
Now
to
I have
g6.
new and much better ideas.
Mhm.
Okay, let's put the bishop on some nice square.
Knight c3 was my idea.
Okay. And now should we go forward?
Then I go back, probably to e2. I want you to play
Yeah, then
this.
you can play.
Change
yeah,
direction.
I shouldn't do that.
Mhm.
So probably I should maybe move the bishop now at this point.
Mhm.
Do you have d6 here somewhere? No, I don't think you have d6. I don't know. Let's see. Bishop e7.
So if I play knight b5, will you take it?
I might.
Because still the pawn on f5 can be weak. So
Yeah.
it could be that you want to play, this type of position with different colored bishops, just to get an attack.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's not clear. It's very unclear.
Mhm.
So queen b3 was actually played in the game.
Mhm.
And then the question is what to do here. What is the good move?
Mhm.
And you're right. It's not an easy game to play.
No.
Certainly not.
But not for black at least. You have to watch out for these. There are both strategic ideas for white, but also tactical ideas going for the king.
Can you play h4 at some point
Maybe.
to open up the h file and
Especially if white wants to play knight to c3 and so on, leaving. But it's also dangerous, of course.
because now g4 is nothing. You just take it then.
And if you play knight c3 again, we go for that.
Yeah. Yeah. My idea was just to take here.
Okay.
H takes, I guess.
Mhm.
Now I'm not sure, but if I go here, you have d6, right? If I play this, you can do this, maybe,
Maybe.
or maybe not. But you can because there's a check on d6, right?
Mhm.
So you win this.
Mhm.
So that's not possible. Okay.
Mhm.
So okay. So now probably we have to make a good move again. This constant.
The question is when you have to make a bad move. That's
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know, bishop a6, but then this is again weakened and you can go back and threaten to take it. I
But
don't know.
this is dangerous.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I'm not sure about the h4, but it was an idea to
Mhm.
try to maybe
Mhm.
create some.
But sometimes in this type of positions, you just need to, create your fortress instead of being active, because
Of
it
course,
can be like you create.
But the
new
question is
weaknesses.
how. The question is
Yeah. Now this is. I think that it is much easier to play white. The idea knight c3, knight b5, and d6 is quite dangerous actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
Should
maybe you could play some queen move here, something like this.
I thought about this.
Maybe go for some counter play with the queen on the queen side.
Mm.
Yeah.
Vad sa du, Gabriel?
F4.
F4.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is a
maybe.
move. F4 is definitely a move.
Maybe. Top på C och take, maybe.
Maybe start with 8.
Starta med H4 menar du, eller? Kanske. Springer C. Take. Och nu F4.
No. This is an idea that is in line with what I envisioned. Try to strip some of the defenses from the white king.
It's again this, you play for tricks.
Yeah, sure. You want to go for d6 again?
Maybe I go for, actually I thought about queen c2 might be annoying, but...
Yeah, let's have a look. So queen c2, check. And we move the king back, I think. We're not going forwards.
Här tänkte jag man kunde göra take and queen e4 or something, but
Take.
queen e4. But I don't know.
Maybe now we can even maybe go here.
Men
Then not b5.
jag tar på f4 då.
Då tar du på f4.
Jag tänker
Okay. But then there's a queen check.
and
on
queen g2. And this must be very good for white, that ending. Okay.
Can you take here?
And take on e5.
And now again we need a good move. We could go back.
2.
Or we
Checkmate on h8. Yes.
Yeah, no. This move
Take.
and check and then back.
And knight e4.
Knight e4.
And at least white is...
And white is better. Yeah,
Better.
You need to get the rook to the g file. No, this is interesting.
It is difficult to play
Yeah,
black.
no.
You could say it's. I'm not. I don't think that black is lost, but it's very difficult to find.
Yeah.
Because
he played bishop c5.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
I think this is reasonable.
Very reasonable, very solid.
Mhm. So now knight c3. Yeah. And we'll see.
Yeah. We looked at this before. We looked at bishop d7 and knight b5, and we weren't sure what happens if we played it. We never analyzed it. I don't
No.
know, something.
There
like
is also one possibility. Instead of knight, you could this. You could also play like instead of you could play knight queen to c2 maybe. Because if you play now, knight b5, take on f5.
Yes.
If you really want to have the knight on b5, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So it could also be a
Yeah,
possibility.
this could be irritating.
Because the problem is here, as soon as you play e4, white will play knight e2,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's problematic, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Very tricky.
let's see.
So knight c3 was played in the game,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we go to the next game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, this is. Let's go back to see, because this is fantastic. Yeah.
so there was knight f8, take
Mm-hmm.
d5.
Yeah, this is what we were discussing a bit.
Yeah, something like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now rook f8,
Mm.
bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Threatening queen h5. That was a
Mhm.
nasty one.
And so he took
He took. Wow.
bishop e5, queen f5, queen takes b2, rook a b1.
But now White is winning,
Is he?
isn't he?
No,
No.
well, not what I can see. I mean, you could play some move here. Queen to take c2, take a3,
Take b7.
and then you play. Then you play.
And then h4. What will you do?
Yeah, probably.
I think it's just game over now.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Because if you take on b7, to go back to the back row must be...
No, but you have to.
What will you do? No, it's...
Okay, I
Okay.
will go here.
Take on b7, check. Bishop to g7,
Maybe you check.
yeah.
Maybe it's a mate. I don't know. But
I'd take on g6 and I'm happy to be a little bit...
maybe check here.
Oh, you can take, I'm sorry. Then I give up.
No, don't
No,
do that.
not
because
yet,
You're,
not
actually,
yet.
You're actually winning.
Queen to c3, yeah. And
It's
checkmate on
yeah.
b8 even. I was lucky.
Yeah, he played rook AB1. No, I
Yeah,
think
I was
I
lucky.
think queen takes b2 was a strange mate.
Yeah, well, that was very... Because in this type of position, what is important here is that the rooks do not get active. So to take on b2 is a very, very strange move.
Yeah.
The only chance is to keep it locked, to keep the rooks out. But on the other hand, white is actually threatening to play h4, h5 or something like that to bring in more pieces into
Yeah,
the
I was
attack.
thinking maybe to go back with the queen instead. Queen d8 maybe,
Mhm.
something like that.
C4 is the
Mm.
Then c4 comes. Yes, it's true.
But yeah, c4 is even taking on e4 might be possible with the rook. No, this is winning. But was it really necessary to? If we
But
go-
maybe
I just need to
here he played
understand.
rook f8, and then bishop f6. Maybe there is something better here.
Yeah. But this idea with bishop f6 was very strong, I think. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
That
So
i-
this is a nice game.
it's really good game.
Nice attack.
Can you play queen c7 and then play again c4 is a threat, of course.
You can still do this.
Yeah.
Let's say take,
Take with a rook,
take.
and then you have it.
Mm.
If you go bishop d3, yeah.
You go here probably.
Check on h5 and rook g4,
Now I guess we have to move the bishop back.
and then bishop f g5 or something like that. At least
And then we,
no, maybe
But then if I go here, maybe you can.
play
Take.
yeah, and then take on f g6 here. And white should be winning, yeah.
Yes. Well, I think he's winning now after rook ab1. Queen
Yeah,
c3
for sure.
was played, but
Mhm.
we have already seen that this is a mate, right? You can just take here,
Yes.
here, and you go here, here, and you sack the rook. You
Yeah.
check.
I was so lucky, man. But this was
And we have
nice.
double threats. We have threat here,
Yeah.
and we have a
Yeah,
threat
you
here.
mean?
So it's
Is it game over?
No, you did something wrong.
I did something wrong.
Yeah.
I always do. Please tell me, Jungmin, what was the
Go
mistake?
back.
Go back.
there's always go back. So this is the position.
Maybe h4.
Why not?
Well, what's
what
wrong
was
with
wrong?
this?
What was wrong?
King a6.
King h6. And now h4 was my idea.
But
No,
now
it's
the-
rook is hanging. Okay, I see. That was the point. Then it's checkmate. Even.
Yeah. So maybe h4 is a better.
Is this
try.
not your suggestion? H4 here. Mm.
And then the question is, how do we? Yeah, this is not as clear now as it looked before.
This is actually the position. Queen c3 and h4 instead of taking on b7.
no,
Or
it's this is the position.
yeah, and h4.
No, it hasn't been played.
No, I just say that h4. This is
you can play
Yeah,
this.
you can play
it's
this
a
now.
possibility. Yes,
Mhm.
sure. Yeah. But it
and now
has,
king g7. You take on b7, of course.
but then it's a new story.
I guess.
So you threaten h5,
Mm.
When
And
it
take
is-
on b7 as
and
well.
you threaten on b7. It's completely over, right?
Let's go game over.
Yeah,
It is.
Okay, good. So let's.
You can also play rook e3 first, maybe, even if you
Yeah,
want.
but
There are many possibilities.
the
Yeah.
problem for black is that the pieces aren't really defending.
Mm.
These bishops are.
Mm.
They you never get to get the defense because there are no pawns. Okay, so let's go to the next game. This was a draw. And then we have this. We didn't know how this was going. Well, black has 2 pawns, but
Is it 2 pawns now? It's still 1 pawn. I don't know what you.
oh,
how you
sorry,
calculate.
sorry. Yeah. It's only one. It's only one. I think this will be a draw. Actually, it's not easy to win a position like this.
He's a good fighter.
Yeah, now suddenly White's position is not so cramped anymore. The bishops are out. There are possibilities. You can play f4. You can play maybe f5 at some time. Get the pass pawn on the h file, and yeah. And usually in this position, if you just don't exchange any bishop, it's very difficult for black to do anything. I mean, his extra pawn is on.
No, 2 bishops
this
are
side.
of course very strong. Not the least when you play against the pair of knights. So
Now it's material equality. Like bishop pair is like 7 points, right? Or 6.5, something like this. Okay, let's go back. Let's see what happened here.
He is fighting for his life.
So rook b1 was played. G4 came. Knight c6. Queen f8. And now he took. A knight takes. But suddenly it looks like he has some attack here. But okay, h3 was strong. Knight f6. Rook b8. Knight e7. And now this doesn't quite work because you can just harass the rook here forever. So he played back instead.
Wasn't G4 better?
Maybe, but we don't.
But we don't.
We
look
don't
at
go
that.
there.
No,
we just
don't.
say that this
Yes,
is
we do.
possibility. We can,
Yes, of course.
we can check it with the computer and see. If
But
that's
it's
it.
still, of course, it's a very difficult position for black. So.
Yeah. I mean, white is better
And
everywhere.
you know, you can play queen queen to a5 or go for a pawn or try to win the a6 pawn.
Well, the problem for black is that he doesn't really have an attack.
And h5, it's just becoming weak, the pawn, so.
But it's not over yet.
It's not over.
That's
It's
the
not
thing.
over. He has got better time as well,
Yeah.
Bassam, so.
Okay, this game ended in a draw.
Yes, goes. Interesting.
So we actually got this line. Yeah, and a draw.
But let's go. Yeah,
No, let's not
not go
go.
back. Okay,
Let's
I'm
go.
too interesting in the positions.
No,
now.
we want to cover the tournaments.
But now this is
But now I think white has misplayed it.
probably, yeah. If there is not. I mean g6, bishop h6, and queen c3, yeah, and that's. Is it dangerous?
I don't like g6 move. but-
No, rook e8. Can you take bishop f8? I think maybe this is good.
Is there some rook takes? But this doesn't work. You can just take here, right? Yeah. Yeah.
No, I think he has misplayed it. He had a better position before, you know.
Classic. My position was better before.
Yeah, I said that many times.
I was winning.
Yeah. Okay.
So queen c2.
Okay. Still, he needs to do something here, you know, because h6 could be dangerous because of queen d2 and sacrifice, I guess, huh?
No, it's not. This is not an easy position. No. And maybe I was a little bit too quick saying that he has misplayed it because.
Let's look at, because that's why I wanted to play g6. It's more logical to me because you want to swap off the black squared bishops. So this, yeah, but you have also queen f2, just to create this kind of. I know you know. But maybe f5 even. It's okay. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't like it so much because what do you do now? Looks difficult, right?
Maybe. Bishop f8.
F5, G4, Bishop F8.
F8.
Yes. I guess you move away.
Mm-hmm.
You go all the way down here to have Bishop C3 later.
Mm. Yeah. No, I agree.
Okay.
And
So-
and f6 instead.
Oh yeah, you mean this?
Yeah.
This.
f6 and queen. My idea was queen g3 here.
Yeah. This looks good for.
It is at least a little bit annoying, isn't it?
It's very annoying.
What do you say, Young Min? What do you think? Is it good for white or black? You must give us an answer. Come on.
I think
Difficult place in this tour.
Okay.
perhaps after G3, F5 was working.
Maybe. Let's take a look. G6. Bishop h6. No. Queen f2.
Yes.
f6. Here. Queen here. f5. You take with a bishop. And at least you're a pawn up. Huh? This was the... Now this looks good for white now. Okay. So maybe it is well calculated.
Right now we are in the white camp and we think that white is good here. And you, as you pointed out, if this move, we always have this idea.
At
and-
least it's... Yeah,
and then we
it's
sacrifice.
dangerous, yes.
Very dangerous.
There is one other possibility. It's actually to play g6. I think this could be the case actually. How to play g6 and bishop h6, and you sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, it will be, if you just keep the bishops and so on, it can be very very difficult for white to continue. I mean, it's not the first choice, of course, that you want to have, but maybe.
It's very difficult to decide on a sacrifice like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Because
I
it's
know.
very defensive and.
But my idea was that it's completely closed.
But I agree with you. I think it might be the only chance.
Och sen kung f7 kanske.
King F7.
Take on g6. No, this is wrong. Now it's white. White will take on g6 and then on I don't need to video. I don't need a mate. I have enough. I think. Take on f6 in next move.
King
It's
F7
okay.
would also be lost.
Sorry. No, Kung f7 is more interesting, I think. In the other position,
Yeah, this should be win.
Yeah. So, but
Okay,
King
so-
f7 was interesting. Yeah.
So in this position.
No, not this
No,
move.
no. I know.
In this position, yeah. Here you have the move.
Yeah, it looks horrible, but okay.
Queen h4. With the idea to play bishop g5 or... Okay, maybe f5 in this position.
There's also the idea of putting the rook here.
Yes.
So you can sack at some point on e7.
Exactly, yeah.
This is not going to end well, I think. It's not clear, but
I would be worried as well. And how many moves left? Is it 19 moves left? And he has 6 minutes. But now you can take on almost. You can take on
F6,
f6 almost. I think.
Yes.
we can analyze this, but
We don't need to. Really.
my sense is that you cannot play this. It will not work.
Mm.
I think here, for instance, probably this is playable.
Yeah, that's what I
Here,
thought as well.
maybe this. Just push everything. I don't know, take on h6 maybe.
Mm-hmm. Take on h6.
And now I think it's mate here immediately, or no, yeah, here.
Or yeah. Could be king. No, but it could be king h8.
Yeah,
That's
there was,
doesn't matter.
it's.
I agree. I mean, I agree.
I think
maybe,
Edwin is good in those
maybe.
positions.
of course, when he has mate in one move, is very strong.
It's very strong. Okay,
Yes.
Queen c2. Yeah. Oh, anyway, this looks good now for white. We have seen that black's king seven.
At least it's very, very critical,
Yeah. And we see that.
But the interesting thing,
These two guys are not working.
yeah, this is what I meant. Also, because our first judgment was that he has misplayed it, because,
because
now you're
we-
changing like a strategic
Right.
advantage towards a tactical advantage,
Mhm,
and that can
mhm.
sometimes be very difficult to see. And maybe this could be the same mistake that Kaido has done here. You know, that he has misunderstood the danger of the attack from white side.
Yeah, and he was only looking at this
Yeah,
pawn
the
here
structure and blah, blah,
this
blah.
thing, but
Mhm.
it doesn't work. Okay, I think we go to the next game.
Yes,
not to miss
please.
what's happening.
Oh my, yeah, it's this game.
It's actually equal material still.
Mm-hmm. It's a new type of what you could say black square chess, you know.
Yeah. So the bishop is threatened, I guess.
But now it's a rook d8
Yeah,
and
the-
rook d3
Yeah,
coming.
no, I
yeah.
think it's resigns here
Yeah.
because you would like to go here, but then
No, you need to take on e2,
then
or
this
don't
comes.
you? You need to take on e2 in this position.
Yeah. But then we can also play this move.
Yeah, then you take with the bishop.
Oh,
That's
sorry,
the problem.
you cannot do that. Okay, we will take this.
So
we,
now
we have time.
it must be this, you know.
Yeah. But what
And
you
now
do
you're threatening to play rook d8.
Yeah.
Also G5 or
Instead of taking on h4.
something.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
Threat-
yes.
threatening
And
to
then
take.
rook d8, yes, also possible. Well, this should be winning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we look at
Mm-hmm.
this one.
This strange.
So we had this position,
Mm-hmm.
and he went for queen d6,
Mm-hmm.
knight b5, queen f6, and now a draw offer.
He went back.
Yeah. Offering a draw, I think. No, I mean, it's kind of a draw offer because black can play queen d6. But maybe now black wants to play.
What is the time? Okay, he's got. But it could also be that he has, you know, time.
Can you go for some h4 now?
Maybe. Actually, this was not so impressive, was it?
No, it turned out that this knight b5 was after queen f6. There was no continuation on this. If you cannot play d6, but I
Yeah,
don't-
exactly. If you cannot play this,
I don't see.
no, I agree. Maybe. Should have done something else, most likely.
And he has also strategically put the queen on f6, protecting
Mm.
f5. So all this queen c2 things,
Maybe you should have played queen c2 instead.
maybe.
Knight go back.
We'll just have to
Okay.
see.
Yeah, we have to see.
If black feels like a draw, I think he can get it now.
Mhm.
Maybe.
Mhm.
And then we have this guy. This game was ended with. What happened here? So it was check
Mhm.
here. This.
It was this line.
Yeah. And resigns.
Fantastic. Well played by
Very
our
nice,
young
very nice.
Indian player.
But black surely made some. But we can see now the computer evaluations here.
Yes, let's go for that.
And we can look at this position after a3.
King f8. I want to see.
Here the position is about equal,
Mhm.
and we can just have a quick look here to see.
Mhm.
Yeah.
no. Knight e4.
But knight e4 might not have been the best move here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this was not.
But we can see it's still
Yeah.
okay, I think.
There are different suggestions. The computer says a5, king f8, rook e7.
Mhm.
Moves you never play, right?
No.
So knight e4,
Mhm.
knight takes, d takes. Yeah.
Mhm.
And f5 is
Yeah.
the best move. Bishop c4.
King f8
But
is the best move.
now this would have been the best move,
Mhm.
and so on. But it's
But
almost equal.
Bishop b3.
Yeah. But rook a d1 that you suggested is also was actually the best move. Huh?
Mhm.
And now black should play queen b2. Now we're in computer territory. Very
Mhm.
difficult to play a move like that. Okay, so let's see where does it really... Yeah, here, in this position,
Mhm.
there is still a possibility to play the position with this move.
Mhm. And bishop a4.
But because then he has to move out, and
Queen a6.
you can still play.
But this is no white. This is.
Yeah.
I mean, even though
Yeah.
you know, clearly better for white.
The computer says d4, and it's just a tiny advantage for white.
But how is this possible? Come on.
Yeah, but you know the computers.
I know the computers.
We don't look at that.
No.
Okay, anyway, after that it's a big advantage for white till the end. So
Mhm.
okay, excellent. Though we know about that, so we
Mhm.
go back. We're going to see what's happening with Bassam here.
Yes.
And
Something has happened.
Yeah, a lot of things happened. So there was h3 threatening the knight. It went back.
Mhm.
I'm going to take this away. So, and rook b8,
Mhm.
and there was this intermezzo,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
now h5.
I think he felt like, you know, I must do something.
I must
now.
do something, and he sees that if he takes, I have a check on f1,
Yes.
and then maybe bishop h6 at some point, and
Mhm.
get some squares, and maybe I have a chance.
Mhm.
Queen d1 was played by Bassam,
Mhm. And now you're ready to take? Yeah.
and then bishop takes,
Mhm.
and c4.
Yes. Now is you could say that it's all on one card. You could say, you know,
Yeah.
win. You know,
But I think to me it looks like black
desperation.
has not really created any.
Because, for
agreement,
example, take on h6 must be possible,
yeah,
and queen takes. Take on f7. Take on b3. Queen take b3, and it's just a winning position.
should
for
be
white,
winning,
I
yeah,
think.
because black is playing basically without these
Mhm.
pieces. They are not doing
Mhm.
anything. But you could play something like
At least now the knight comes to c5.
yeah, you get some.
At least
No,
something.
I like this move here.
And if you take with the king, you can take on here and give a checker on h5.
Yeah,
So
I don't know what happens here. Something like this,
no,
Is this good?
knight to e7 maybe even. It's possible.
and what's the threat?
To
Yeah,
play
then you check
and
and mate. Yeah,
Exactly.
and then you have to probably this wins.
Mm.
Interesting.
Okay.
Does it win?
Okay, I give a check on h5. I give a check.
And then it's mate here.
Check on
yeah.
g6.
It's mate. Okay, we'll see. So c4 was played, and we'll see what Bassam.
And the time, still much better for Bassam.
Yeah.
So. Mhm.
And we have Costa Hebela was a draw.
Mhm.
It means that these players now have also 7 points.
Mm. Yes,
So-
not 7 points, 6 points.
Sorry, they have 6
6
points,
out of
right.
8.
So
Mhm.
the guys that are below can actually come up to the same point.
So that means that Costa needs to win the last round, I guess.
Probably yes.
If he
probably
does not play Bassam, then maybe it's draw is okay.
could be.
Mm-hmm. And Kaido has only 3 minutes left. He's thinking in that position, huh? Oh, look at this. Go back. This is very interesting. What happened? Queen c2,
He
h6.
played h6, and now rook f2. He does not go for the immediate attack.
Okay.
Bishop g5, take.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 8, check, and here And it's problematic for black, right?
Mm. Because if you play like rook e7, you can probably just play queen d2, huh? And if you play f6, take on g5.
Yeah. We can look at that.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Queen
go here
d2.
with the option to.
No, I was thinking about queen d2, but maybe this is even. Then you can play g4.
Oh, sorry.
The queen,
The king was hanging.
No, queen d2
No,
was my idea.
queen
Queen
d1.
d2. Queen d2.
Queen d2 is interesting.
Because f6 you can take on g5.
Because now after this,
D1 also good.
also yeah, queen d1
Then
was also
then
interesting.
then g4. That was my idea.
Yeah.
But if queen d2 I think was smarter actually, but I don't know.
Well, this wins anyway. I mean,
But queen d2 was then what should you do with queen d2?
here.
Yeah?
But we did queen d2.
No.
No, you're going to take here.
I take on g5.
Yeah,
It's game over immediately.
Yeah.
And if you play g4, then you can play queen g5.
No, but you cannot play rook e7. I mean, there must be something else. Rook e7 does not protect anything. It's
So if you play bishop, can you play bishop c8? And it's a mate on e1.
now that's a good point. So if white does this, we have tactics,
And it's a checkmate on e1.
and we have this mate.
So
Yeah, bishop c8 is probably the best. So we protect against the mates with this move.
okay, and king g8.
But now we
Can
take
you can take actually, and you're winning. Yeah.
just simple chess.
Yeah. Okay.
Should be winning.
Mm,
This looks very
actually-
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a surprise in a way because Edwin has not played so well before, but now in the final rounds, he was very close to winning Rilton. Was it last year?
Yeah.
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 But he lost against Sivuk in last round.
He
right?
played bishop c8 actually.
Yeah. Okay, great. So
See if
let's
we can find h3.
he should. So G3 was played,
Oh, that must. G3 was horrible. How can he play G3?
but the position was lost.
Okay.
So
But
it's not so horrible.
now it's okay. If you say so. I think that G5 and take on H1 are difficult. I think he gave up in this position, Benziger. Time out. Time is out as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we have
This.
knight c3,
Mm-hmm.
and he played h4 as we
Mm-hmm.
suggested.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e2, rook
Mm-hmm.
h8, bishop g2,
Mm-hmm.
king g7,
Mm-hmm.
d6,
Yeah.
and bishop d7.
Okay.
So what do we think about this?
Actually, I don't know really. One move I want to play is king f1,
Mm-hmm.
just to get out of this pin of the bishop, you know.
Maybe we take.
Take back.
Should we play rook here?
Okay, but what's the threat?
Well, queen h6 and then bishop c6. And, you know, try to make.
Maybe knight g1 and knight f3. Maybe you can play bishop c6 even.
Now, yes.
If I take on f2, it's interesting, but
Is that maybe not good enough?
no, it's not.
Maybe we should, you know, include the queen also. Let's say we go here.
Knight f3. Now white is winning.
Are you sure?
No. I'm hoping. Take. I could also play D. Maybe I could
Yeah,
play
but
D7,
you-
but
what
okay,
you
okay,
do-
okay. Yeah, I do something.
Well, it's
here.
not over.
Rook
it's-
D5.
It's not over.
Yeah.
Rook D5. But then probably it's. Well, I don't know. Take.
Probably a draw. Take with the pawn.
Take. Yeah. And it should be a draw. Yeah.
Anyway, I just
This-
say that to get out of this, this pin from C5 to F2, at least it's. But the question, because now a classical idea here is also to you get around with the bishop knight to F3, just to provoke a little bit the pawns,
Mm-hmm.
But of course knight D5. But then I would like to have it back,
But now the game is not as one-sided as it. At one point it looked like white was.
What about knight D5 in this? No, it's black to
It's
play.
black, yeah, it's
Sorry,
black.
of course.
So the question is, what should we do? Should we play Queen H6, for instance?
Mm. It's still, if you play knight D5 with white,
Mm-hmm.
you actually you threatens to take on B6, and then you have maybe.
No. Let's see then.
Yeah.
We play here.
Let's try it. Yeah,
Yeah.
like this. Queen H2.
Yeah, we don't have to do
And
it
F4.
immediately.
Yeah.
Should we do this? F4. I don't know. Let's try this.
Okay.
I don't know. Check. I was thinking that maybe there is some,
Bishop H3
yeah, something like this.
and,
'Cause it's a mate on F2. That's the
and Queen F3, Queen H1.
yeah, something like this. Yeah, and we have this classic.
Mm.
Yeah, so this could be very dangerous, right?
Yeah.
It could be dangerous. I'm beginning to think more and more that maybe Seemann is taking over now, slowly.
Mm. Maybe.
Because White's game was very nice for a long while, but now it looks a little bit desperate. This D6 move is a little bit. It's not clear what.
But
he's
again,
doing.
that's why I wanted to play King F1 in a way,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
to
yeah.
get rid of that check,
We
so-
wanted that, but he didn't want it.
No. Okay. Let's see.
They don't listen to us. Yeah.
No.
Then we have these two draw, and that was a win for, and this was a draw, and then we have. No, not
No,
that
they-
one.
no.
We have this game.
Mm.
We could get this famous ending with two knights against nothing.
Mm. But I think this will be a draw at least,
Yeah, it's a very draw.
because actually now, But okay, it is black. If black will be able to play knight D7 and knight E5 check. Huh? So, if you play now knight D7 and knight E5,
Mm-hmm.
isn't that okay?
Yeah, but you put the king on G7, nothing much has changed actually. I think, in my humble opinion.
Your humble opinion.
And the bishops can go back
Yeah.
and forth.
I
I think a draw
it
is very likely here.
I agree.
So let's go back to Bassam, and it has changed a bit. Let's see how this happened. So it was C4,
Mm-hmm.
bishop takes H6, queen takes.
Mm-hmm.
He played
Mm-hmm.
rook G3.
He didn't. Okay.
So this is the position now. Mhm.
He has much more time.
He's a pawn up. So I think if we go into an ending here, probably, and he has two connected passed pawns. The only thing is to stop the c pawn, but that's not
Mhm.
too difficult. You can do that with a knight probably. But it's not clear if you get the queen exchange for black.
Yeah, exactly. I thought this was the move as well.
But I think you have
He
to
must play queen f6 now, huh?
if you go for something like, yes.
And now you have moves like, what about queen to e6?
Oh. You only
Is it
play for
possible?
tricks.
I know. Thank you. Following my master.
Yeah, okay. It's good.
Learning from you.
Finally you're learning.
Finally I'm learning, okay. Yeah.
You know, that's how you win. Okay, queen e6, very nice idea. Well, is it a nice idea? What happens
I
after
don't know.
take? Because the knight goes here. And
e7 check.
aha, you win.
I think this is very
Yeah,
easy.
you take a queen. Yeah. So this
You
wins.
see, I play for tricks
Yeah.
again.
It's a good trick. So this.
But if you play c3, probably you can take the bishop, but I was just yeah. No, I thought about yeah. I threatened to take the knight as well, maybe even.
Well, then maybe the. But you
But
could
no,
just move
knight d8 or something like that, knight
yeah,
e6.
or maybe. This.
But then it's knight c5. Yeah, knight b4 is good. That's a good move. Okay.
Maybe there is some move like this.
And
But now we
queen.
take with check first,
Yes.
and then we take here and we win this.
Yeah.
No, this should be winning. I like this queen e6 move. It's a nice move.
And Bassam likes this type of moves as well. You know, if it's good, he will play it.
Yeah, if it's good. Yeah, right. No, but it looks good. It looks.
King g7. No, then check. No.
Yeah, you could go there. Maybe now you could go like knight.
Yeah, but then you can take actually. I mean, white is winning, but you know,
Yeah.
it's not.
Maybe the problem with this is it's not so forcing.
But go back then. Take the position we have on the board instead of this queen e6 move. I'm sure there is something else that is better.
Let's just look at what happens if you just take. I mean, just to get a feel for the position. So you have to go here. How is this position? Is there any problem in winning this? Maybe.
c3, knight b4, a5, knight d3 or something like that, or and then put.
Then come with the king here.
Probably this is winning as well, easily.
Maybe this is so easy to win that
Bassam
he-
feels
Bassam-
that he will manage. He feels that he will
yeah,
manage.
he will just check it and he sees.
If we put it this way, if he could win the endgame from yesterday with
Yeah.
a good play,
Yeah.
he will win this for sure. You know,
Yeah.
if it's a winning endgame. But I had one other idea, was to play queen h7 in this position, with the idea to play knight to d8,
I see the idea. And then coming here.
something like this. You know, it's
Also
also. But then maybe knight c5. So
But
You know.
one thing you could do after this move is you could go here, and the question is, it will be basically the same.
yeah, I agree.
But maybe that's slightly better, slightly better version.
I have one other idea. What about if you play that and you swap, then you can play bishop g4 in the end.
Here.
No. After queen h7 and queen g8.
Yeah. Okay.
g7. That
Yeah,
was
yeah.
one point of making this instead.
Yeah, but I think it's a good point. Even if you take after this, yes.
Then you could take and play
Yeah,
bishop
you can
g4.
take,
That
yeah.
was,
This is one way to do it.
but I don't know. Okay.
This is winning anyway.
Yep, it is.
Okay.
I think actually he will swap queens.
even with
I
this-
think he will go for the endgame actually.
Maybe. So here he's still thinking, or maybe this is over. Yes,
It is over.
It's over. Yeah,
Mhm.
they just haven't
Yeah.
recorded it. So
Mhm.
then we have this.
The
So
knight on
he
d5.
he played queen g5 here. Interesting.
Threatening to take on g.
Threatening the pawn here.
But then he could play knight d5.
Yeah, he did.
This was strange. I think this idea
It's
was
very
much more dangerous in a way, at least.
Very obvious.
Mhm.
Very obvious.
But then, of course, f4 now. Maybe there is something concrete here now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, in the end here it's going to just be an attack from black.
I think black will win this now,
Yeah,
actually.
the question is, can you do something like take on f4 at some point, play queen c3, play rook e1, sort of go on the counter offensive, but
Mm.
probably not. But
So then you should take now.
yeah, I'm thinking, let's say you play something like this, maybe you give a check just to see where he goes,
F6.
and he plays f6, and let's say you go here. Of course you have this move,
Mm.
but
But
I thought
Rook
maybe
e7?
maybe we do this just to see where he goes.
King.
He has to. He cannot go anywhere. I think he has to go here,
Yeah.
because if he goes here, no, he could go there actually, because queen takes is not possible.
Why not?
He takes and then takes the rook, right?
No, pawn defending the rook.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, this is not playable. So he cannot go there, and he cannot. Same idea. He cannot go here. Of course, that's
King g6.
so. King g6,
Mm.
and now we can always play this move. It's playable, right?
Maybe.
Or is there something horrible going on?
Maybe even that.
My idea is that this
Yeah.
knight f4 is a
Mhm.
threat.
No, you have to take care, of course. I agree with you. I think this is the right way to do it. To take on f4 when it comes.
Well, black has not played that move, so
Mm.
this is quite a provocative move, because white has a very obvious way to continue
Mhm.
with this, right?
No, maybe it's better to play. And then you can start with f6 maybe instead, if you want.
Yeah, this is definitely could be a better option.
And if you take on b6, is that possible? Because now you're threatening the bishop.
Can you play this move?
Maybe. Maybe you can even now you can take maybe even on d7. Yeah, take on c5.
Or should we take f2 first?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is strong.
Now it's
This was very strong.
horror story here.
Yeah, I agree. But that was important.
But he played f4.
He did.
Yeah. 39th move.
There is one possibility. Take on f4. Can you play rook h1 check? King
Yeah.
take, rook queen h4.
Yeah. This is very nice. But is it mate?
Take on, yeah, no, I don't know. But I said king g1, only move on.
This?
Yeah, king h2.
It's not clear.
No, it's not clear. I know.
Have this move.
You could also take with the bishop on f2. I don't know if that's better. I was not sure.
Let's have a
Mhm.
look. So the shocker rook h1
Mm-hmm.
played with 1 second on the clock. Maybe.
No, but it could also be, yeah, it's okay. I see, okay. No, it must be queen take here. Huh?
I think here king f1 I don't see.
No, actually, I was thinking about when the queen was on g5, but then the queen is hanging. I didn't see that, so. No, it must be queen take f2 and king h2. Okay, here. This is too much, huh?
We threaten queen g3, immediately winning, so you have to do something.
I have to do something.
And you could take here, I guess.
I guess not. But
But,
okay.
but even a move like this, check, and here, I mean, I don't believe this,
Me neither.
because
Okay, it was close,
it
but
was-
not close enough.
it's a great idea.
So take
Take. So
No.
let's again see
queen
this.
c1. Queen c3 check.
I think queen c3, right?
Okay, what about, can you move your king to
Well, you cannot go
no,
down.
knight e7?
Or you could maybe, but this looks counterproductive, I think, right? Now we have rook d5 maybe.
Or king f1 again.
Yeah, no, this is not good.
No.
So g takes f4.
Was this played?
No,
No, you cannot
not
see.
yet. Queen c3, f6, rook e1.
Okay.
But now it's
No.
now it's very
Now you can.
double-edged.
What about now rook h1?
Oh, you go
Is
for
it
this
possible?
again.
Is
Yeah, now it's possible, right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. King.
Can you play some move like this? You cannot take with the queen, right?
No. Take with the. Yeah.
Maybe this is just bad.
Rook e7 again, or?
And I guess,
Hmm. Then you can take on f4, maybe.
yeah, you can take here. Let's say
And
take.
then take on h3. And white is winning.
It's a very sharp position.
Mm-hmm.
So white took on f4.
I think that was a mistake, actually.
But is
Seems
it a
like-
draw after rook h1? No, he took back. Okay.
Yeah.
He took on f4.
How much time? 5 against 6 minutes. Oh.
But this is the 40th move, so now they
Aha,
get,
okay,
they
okay,
get
okay,
new
okay.
time now. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have managed the control, time to control.
Mm-hmm.
So now they can think.
And now it's time to think. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. But Queen c3 is for sure the move here.
Yes, it's quite obvious. So let's have a look. So this, you don't seem to have a real alternative.
It must be f6.
f6, yes.
Rook e1 is.
Rook e1 also looks.
Then rook e1, bishop take d6.
Yes, interesting. Yeah, this could be the move. But now you don't really threaten anything at this. Well, maybe bishop h3. Yeah, you have a pawn more. Maybe bishop e5 is good. But can you take here? Is that
Yeah, exactly. And bishop h3, you play simply queen to f3, huh?
Yeah.
And who is better now? Bishop c5.
I guess the knight will go back.
And now, time for the fantastic move here. I can
Queen,
feel it.
Queen g3.
Maybe you take on g2 and play f3.
You take.
And now you have a winning position somehow with black. g4, g3.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced.
King g6. Then you have a check somewhere. Yeah.
I'm gonna pick up the.
Oh, I
bishop.
saw that.
Ah,
Oh, this is chess is difficult.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see this game.
What happened?
He played the trick move,
Uh huh.
and King G7 was played.
Mm-hmm. And we said queen. Was it queen e8 now? What did we do? Don't remember.
I don't remember. Did we look at King G7?
We had. Wasn't it knight what is it knight e7? Was that possible?
Yeah, that's. But I think yeah, that's probably the move. Yeah.
And
I don't know. Can you take on e6 now?
We'll see.
Play knight f6.
Now a knight f5 check.
Yeah. And then you play e7.
No, but then it takes
it's
an
hanging.
f5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, somewhere here.
Okay. Now it's not. Maybe we have misplayed it.
And then you have this,
Mm-hmm.
and suddenly things are happening on the wrong side of the board.
But okay, bishop d1 maybe still is okay.
No.
And g4,
Uh-huh.
you know, but it's a little bit unnecessary maybe to go for this, you know, this type of pawn race and f6 and yeah. Bishop c2. No. Okay. Okay.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a study, you know. It's like a study.
It's like a study.
Okay, so king g7 was played, and we will see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So let's see what's happening here. Now this was over,
Mm-hmm.
and this Is-
White is thinking.
is very much in play.
48.
Yeah, but he has made 40 moves, so there is no time
No.
pressure.
Aha, white. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they will get.
So then he
they
will
get- Yeah,
think.
as soon as he
Mhm.
passes or loses all his time
Okay.
here, he will get new time.
And Kokoshari against William Olson. I just want to see.
Ooh! But it's a draw, right? You get queen with check.
Yeah.
So this will be happening. And then there's a check here.
King.
The king goes
C7.
back, and it's a draw. So let's see how that happened, because that was not super clear.
Go back.
We haven't seen really how this.
No.
Let's take it from the sort of worst position. This one.
Mm-hmm.
So here you might think that it's an easy win for black. And there was this maybe idea to take on f2, but
not easy win.
no, not
I
easy,
can't
but a win at least.
Okay.
A win. But it turned out to. Yeah, Khan very very quickly managed to activate the bishops.
Mm.
Yeah. It's very fast here.
Mm. .95 most.
He can take on a4 now, but then he loses the f6 pawn, and it should be. You can even lose if you're not.
I think white can win even.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Mm.
So bishop f2, 97, bishop g3,
Mm-hmm.
king g7. We said. That's 4, bishop e4, 96. Yeah.
Okay, quite good play in the end, I think.
This is the position in the game.
Okay. Yep, it will be a draw.
They continue. That's called fighting spirit.
A5 and
queen e5 and queen a5 and yeah. Okay.
mm,
So that will be
a draw. Bassem is
okay.
he played this.
So we get this interesting position we had. I guess you have to play knight f6, right? Or you lose completely.
Can you take on?
What?
Can you take on d6? No, then you take on e6 with the bishop, of course. No, take on c8 after knight f6.
Yeah, you
Can
can
you take on
here,
c8
but then we take here.
and then you take on d6, and you threaten to.
But then we run.
Yeah. What is this like? Maybe, and then you have
Yeah, you have a check and you can go here. So.
Yes, of course.
Oh, this is probably winning. But it's not so clear. You can maybe. But it should. I think many of these endings are winning.
Yeah.
White has more pawns.
That's right. They played that. So knight e6 was the move we. Knight f5, I
Knight-
mean, was we looked at.
Knight f5 is very
It's a
plausible.
possibility. We had king.
Well, this
Yeah.
maybe king g8, king something like this. And then we said.
We said e7. This is Bassam style.
And then we did this.
Yep. Yep.
And then we ran.
And now
And now we
bishop
went.
d1. And now
Well, maybe we go with the king instead.
and g4,
What happens here?
g5.
Here?
Yeah, and f6 and bishop h5 and you win.
No, but it's not so clear, because
No.
you
Okay.
have bishop h5.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I mean. f6 will come and
Yeah.
bishop h5.
Yeah, so probably this was not so good. Knight f6 was played at least.
Maybe he's just
Well,
calculating
I
this.
think this looks good actually. I think we have to take, right? Take, and then no.
c3 was the move.
Yes. Do we have something else?
No, because if you play d5 or something like that, you take a queen. Huh?
Yeah, but I have probably doesn't work. What happens if you go? No, then you can just take it queen. Yes, because the bishop gets back. So you have to play this. This is the only move. Okay, let's go with the pawns again.
g4,
G4.
g5, g5. Here we go. Okay. Oh, you play so good.
Yeah, I'm a genius.
You're a genius, okay.
No,
Okay,
unfortunately,
instead-
fortunately not.
I could say that when the pawn was on d4 and c3, I played bishop c2.
Of course, but
Of
I
course,
just
but
wanted
you just wanted to
I wanted to trick you and just show you
always,
you're human. Yeah,
always.
just want to show you. Don't try
You
anything.
just wanted to show me.
Okay, so
There are several different possibilities
Yeah,
for
so-
white
yeah.
and white. Yeah, g5.
so that was bad. We shouldn't move the king.
e7 was played. Interesting. Yeah.
Well, then it's winning, of course. Well, king f7, rook, knight takes d6 is completely over.
So he will play knight f6.
So knight f6 probably, and I think he will take,
Mm-hmm.
and then this comes.
Mm-hmm.
And now's the question: should he check and stop it immediately, or what should he do? I think he should, right?
So what do you mean that he should play here?
This is the position.
Yeah, this. That's what.
Take
What is this the position?
this.
Is this played?
No, but
That's what I
I'm
thought.
thinking. I'm thinking this
Yeah.
and here.
And take on e4.
Yeah, it's not so clear.
And this is not so good. But this is not the right way. I think that he will go for this with the bishop and that's on.
How can he go for
No,
the bishop?
no, that's why I asked.
There are
What,
no
what,
bishops.
that's why I asked.
Yeah, but I
What is
told
the
you,
position?
I told you, this is the
Okay.
this is the position,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I think he has to take on d6. What else can he do? This pawn is. You have to take, right?
Can you play?
King f2. is
Can you
it?
play a
No.
king f2?
Or king
Exactly.
F1, maybe.
Maybe king f2. Yeah.
Or king f1? Yeah.
King f1 to avoid the check.
But the question is if it's dangerous, you know.
Probably king f2 is a better choice. I think the other one also wins actually, but this might be much simpler. King f2. What do you do here?
C.
On this
yes.
move?
Then you
But
play.
no.
No. I play c3. I think.
Instead. Okay, c3, and the king goes up.
And c2. I take
And now
on
you
e4,
take, yeah,
and then I play king f7.
yeah. So it wasn't so good. So what do you do here? So king f2 is not such a great move because you take e4 with check. I mean that's. So let's go back to what I thought was going to happen here,
Mhm.
and now I think this here. Stop
Take on
it,
e4,
take on e4, and now we move the king up here.
take on e7.
The king comes.
And knight d5 check.
No, it's the
No,
it's
but just
black.
king d3, just take the pawn, and then we have two connected pawns. Okay, it takes some time, but it should be good. What do you think?
maybe this is correct.
Yeah.
But it felt I had a feeling
It
that
might
there
be
was
something even
easier. That there must have been something
better.
easier
But I think
than
for,
this.
for,
you
for
know.
Bassam this is easy.
Okay, that's right.
Maybe I'm overdoing it a bit, but I think it should be easy.
Maybe it's knight c5 in this position.
You know, because if he can run with the pawns here and he can move
yeah,
the king
knight,
up.
knight c5.
No, knight c5, yeah, okay.
Mhm.
And then the king comes round here.
Knight d3. Is that? I don't threaten to take. Sorry, I'm not threatening to play.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
So let's say you activate the king somehow in some direction. Where do you want to go here? Probably.
Yes.
The king
And then
comes.
king g5.
You go here.
Do you play g3? No.
Yeah, maybe.
King f4.
But g3, then you can immediately attack.
Yeah, king f4.
So let's take king f4. Maybe now we go here. Stop everything. But maybe then you can come with this
Of
guy.
course.
But then I go back. Yeah, white is better, but it's not super simple. Yeah, I agree. It's not so easy.
No, this is now I'm. Let's.
But I mean, we saw yesterday that.
But this is played. This is played.
Yeah, king f2 is played. Okay, maybe this is the best. Let's see. So here.
Mm-hmm. King goes up.
But I don't. What can you do?
Yeah. Take. It's time for h4 now. Run with the other one.
Yeah. This is the idea. He's just going to sit there with the knight on c8.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to continue?
Yeah. Run, Forest.
You want to do g4?
I don't know.
This maybe. Yeah. Yeah. This is perhaps the best
Maybe.
way to do it. Might be.
Might be. But knight to f6, and just to.
Harass the pawn forward. And now we can. But then you can play knight d6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It should be a win somehow, but it's not. It's not.
Super simple.
It's not 100% foolproof. You could make a mistake somewhere, but I agree. This looks.
This looks actually better than the other one, I think.
Yeah, this is probably simpler. Yeah,
Mhm.
the idea of having the knight just standing on c8 and
Mhm.
is a better plan.
Mm.
Okay, very good. So let's see. So we had that. This one was a draw.
Mm.
Edwin won.
A mistake, queen d1. What?
It was a mistake. He played a mistake and won.
Mm-hmm.
But that is just a computer evaluation, right?
Yeah, mine. Okay.
Okay, f5 was the best move here, but I mean, it's very good for. It should be very
Yeah,
good.
of course. Okay.
So rook a e8.
Very impressive, actually.
King h8, bishop
I'm very
g6,
impressed
bishop
by
c8.
Edwin. I think this
King,
was.
queen d1.
I
Yeah,
said,
but it's winning. Yeah, it's winning.
Mm.
Okay, very good. So we have this game.
He checked, and now rook e1 is the move that we were looking at.
F6, yeah. And now rook e1 looks like maybe the best choice. And then there was bishop takes d6 perhaps. And there was also this rook h1, right?
Yeah, at least we.
But he didn't play that. So no, he hasn't played anything, right?
No, rook e1 is the move now for white.
Yeah, let's look at this
Mm-hmm. Okay.
brilliant attack here. And now you cannot go back. That's the point, because then you can take here, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, but the rook is actually protected.
Yes,
Yeah, so
of
it's
course.
not clear. So maybe then it's. So how is this? Maybe this is not so clear now.
Take on h3 and the rook is hanging.
Yeah, that's true.
But even that position is not clear
No, that's what I'm thinking. That's
because the pawn is quite.
Tornetskyarna då?
Vad sa du?
Tornetskyarna då?
Ja, här kan man göra turnérshow.
Ja, dessutom ja. Nej, det här går inte va?
Nej. Det här...
Vänta lite, jag såg en fantastisk variant där. Gå tillbaka, framåt.
No, ja,
Den varianten här.
ta det.
Kolla här, ska se. Gå, kör på.
Swedish.
But then maybe you can play bishop h3 immediately here if you want to.
Mhm. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. But show your line, okay?
Yeah, okay.
So-
in
so
this variation
okay,
we just
yeah.
had.
King g1,
Take.
king
Yeah,
h2,
check back.
bishop h2.
And it was a bishop take. Check. I just had one.
Rook g, bishop g1, what's
Yeah,
that?
that was the
Yeah, I
move.
saw that too.
Yeah, and then
But I don't think it really works.
maybe not. And queen queen f2 is nothing. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was also
Try to do
exploring this, yeah, but it doesn't work.
something.
No, I think black has to think twice here. It's not so easy. There is no rook h1.
And the times. Okay, so 20 minutes
Yeah.
now. So
Mhm.
he played rook e1. That's good. And then we'll see.
We have not taken any pause this day.
No,
today.
I was thinking about that. Cantons 1, of course, yeah, that's true now. Trust 1. Let's see. So is this the only one interesting game left?
So
or
maybe we
Bassen's
should take
game?
a small break.
Yeah, let's do that.
Just stretch our legs. So we take a
Yeah.
10-minute break. We'll be back. Okay, we're back to the 8th round of the Rilton Cup. We've had a little break, a little bit of coffee, and things have happened, and this ending looks really strange. What's happened?
Actually, what has happened is that Bassem felt that he had to go into this knight endgame that is very sharp, but I guess he has calculated very well here, because in this position there is one idea that white can use that is probably winning, and that is to go for h5, and when the knight is on h6.
Well, before
Yeah.
we look at this,
Okay, please.
let's just
Sure.
see how this
What happened,
occurred,
yeah.
because
Yeah.
we had a position,
Here,
and
yeah.
you played this
Mhm.
trick move, queen e6.
Mhm.
The queen was on f5.
Mhm.
You played the queen e6, and so did Bassem.
Mhm.
And after king g7, knight e7, we had an exchange,
Mhm.
and we got this position.
Hmm.
And now black has a good pass pawn here.
Mhm.
So white played this, king f, a knight back.
Mhm.
If he had played king back, I would suspect that this would
This
have
is
happened.
very easy win.
And now you have two extra pawns,
Mm.
connected pass pawns. It should
Mm.
be a win.
Mhm.
So instead, knight f6,
Mhm.
and the king went out.
Mhm.
And picked up the c pawn.
Mhm.
And now, can you explain now what's going on?
The
here?
interesting thing now is
Mhm.
that it's hard for black to win the pawn on e7
Right.
because it takes some time for the black knight to go towards it,
Mhm.
and because you need to push the d6 pawn, otherwise that is lost.
Mhm.
In the meantime, white will run with g pawn or the h pawn, but with the g
For
pawn
both.
or both. And what will happen is that black will put his pawns on d5 and e5 like a
Mhm.
shelter towards the white king.
This actually happens, so I
Yeah,
think we
please.
could.
Yeah,
we
sure, you can do
so
that. Mhm.
g4
Mhm.
and d5, as you said,
Mhm.
and h4,
Mhm.
and the pawns are coming.
Mhm.
So black must try to stop them, right?
Yeah.
And then there was g5.
Mhm. And now the idea for black is to play
Knight
this
g8.
move and then take on e7. That
Yeah,
was
so,
the idea.
so this is an idea.
Mhm.
But now white had a nice move.
play g6 check,
King has to go down.
and now g7, because now you cannot take, because then white will get a queen.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have a bit of a strange position again, because black's plan is to play knight h6 and knight g8, and white will try to play h5 and so on. But the point is that when the knight is on h6,
Yes,
Mhm.
let's see it.
mhm,
So what happens if black is just passing time,
mhm,
moving the knight back and fro,
Mhm.
back and fro?
if you make knight h6,
Let's look at this.
white can
okay?
actually play knight d6 immediately here. Check.
Yeah, we can check this,
Mhm.
and you have to take, and now you have this,
Nice move.
and you cannot take it. There's a
Then a
queen
queen.
coming up, and it's a very easy win.
Mhm.
So instead, you have to go with the king, but then there is check here,
And knight g4.
knight g4.
And now
Now it's an easy win.
e4 must be played, then
Mhm.
king c3, knight e3 take, and it's
Yeah.
a easy win.
Yeah.
So Bassem will win this. Mhm.
So in this position, instead, yeah, actually there is no difference.
If there is
Yeah.
nothing you
No,
can do,
it
because
wins,
knight
yeah,
six,
yeah,
h5,
yeah.
h6, blah blah blah. So
And
yeah.
somehow this is sort of reminiscent of the game yesterday. Right?
Yes, yeah.
He
It
won
was
with
also
the-
this knight, and also again with very concrete variations
Mhm.
as the basic of the end game. You know,
Yeah.
I have a feeling this suits him very well because he's such a good calculator. You know, in
Actually,
positions.
the game is over. No, it's not over. They are still thinking. Okay.
Mhm.
I think black is finally realizing that there is no way out here.
Can you put the king on d7
Of course.
and now h5
No.
and king e8?
But now we have h6, right?
And now if you take, King f7. And at least now you have 2 pawns. And this might...
No, it's completely lost.
King f7. King e6, knight e3. Okay.
And then you pick up this one, and then you go back, and then you pick up this one, and finally you pick up the pawn here, and then you promote this guy.
So, okay, there are big margins in this position.
Margins, yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Mhm. Okay.
But I think this mechanism that you pointed out with
Mhm.
maybe instead of h6 you could maybe move the king or something. I don't know. But this
Yeah.
this just shows how easy it is to win once you get this mechanism going, and this
Mhm.
very beautiful idea to fork everything with knight f5 and the g pawn. So it looks like it's a win. So maybe we should actually move to the next game.
Mhm.
And we have this game, which is really, we had queen c3 check,
Mhm.
this, rook e1,
Mhm.
bishop d6,
It was a knight take on b6.
and now he didn't take on b6, he played knight c7. I don't like that so much.
No, why did he play that?
This looks like a mistake to me.
He wants to, of course, obviously he wants to, you know,
Well, if you take it,
check.
of course, then we have a check, the king goes.
No. Must go up, I think.
Yeah, you can go up. I'm just thinking then you
Mhm.
have more checks.
Bishop b.
Maybe bishop e5 now, but this is not so clear now.
No, or white is maybe even winning.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This,
Mhm.
Because you have no attack now.
Yeah.
So, but after of course after knight c7, he played bishop e5, which is a
Mhm.
very strong move.
Mhm. What about queen d3?
Now we have to be careful because if you play this
Yeah, that
obvious move,
you have a
then
check.
there is a
And bishop h3, you take queen take h3.
yeah. So maybe queen d3, and it's not so clear. Because if you play like something like queen f5, then I don't think you can win this. Do you think there is a chance? Maybe
Mm.
not. Well, it's okay.
But still, I think it was better to take on b6 still.
But okay.
But anyway.
Let's play something like this.
Mhm. I think I would go for king f1.
Yeah.
Just to get out of this, you know.
It seems that black has lost his steam here. There is no real attack going on right now, as far as I can see.
Mm.
Or is it? Is there a rook h2?
Queen d5. Ah, you are. Or is the? Can you take knight? No, check and take. Huh? Is it bishop g4 or something like that? But it's actually also knight e8 check can be annoying sometimes.
Yeah, there are moves.
I think you have to be careful actually.
Of course.
You know.
It's dangerous.
Mm.
Not so easy. Okay.
So what is this? This is the position now, huh? Mm-hmm.
And your suggestion was to play this move,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't. He played queen a3.
Okay,
Also interesting,
not bad.
enterprising, and still, of course, we want to play this move, but we should avoid it because of this.
And again, bishop h3, you have queen take.
Yeah, we have to show that.
Mm.
Shocker.
Yeah, 96. Yeah.
And this picks up the queen due to the check.
And then you win.
Yeah.
Okay, so king f7.
Yeah. King f7 and I guess
knight d5, bishop h3. What is that?
you want to go back.
You have a check on a7, of course. King g6. Check on. Yeah, I don't know.
If we go for just a simple defense,
Mhm.
is there some danger with this move?
I don't know. Maybe f3 in the next
Yeah,
one.
that's what I was thinking. I'm not so sure about the knight d5 here,
Me neither.
because there is no real threat. I mean, if you take on e7, we still have a rook e7 and take on d7. So maybe we have something
King f1 again,
sharper or safer.
because then you actually threatens to play bishop d5.
Yeah, that looks
Much better.
yeah, much better. Getting out of this. So if you take this, I guess this shouldn't be dangerous.
Queen take or rook take.
Maybe this simple move. Yeah, I mean this is. You cannot lose this.
White is better most likely.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. Now you might even threaten to put the rook on e7. This
Bishop
could
on
be-
d5 and
The bishop can come here.
check and d5. So yeah.
So queen a3. Well, this is a sad move to make. To go into a bishop check. Okay,
Yeah.
there is no check right now, but at some point.
But what should be played? What do you think?
Look to F8.
Rook to f8. Yeah, I thought about that as well. Yeah,
You
yeah.
have to do it. Raise and do what to do.
Yeah, but now maybe you threaten to take, right? Or maybe not.
Hmm.
But now you don't threaten bishop h3, so now this is no problem. You can go here. Yeah.
Black has to watch out a little bit also.
So maybe we should have a look at Bassem.
Yes, please.
So let's see what. Okay, he played this line we talked
Mm.
about. So let's see where we are.
And now we
King
have
F-
this.
King f7,
Yeah.
h5, e4.
And now
but
you have.
but this is now.
and you
it's-
have this h6
now,
again.
now
yeah.
it's even simpler. I think h6 is probably the best move.
Mhm.
Check. You have to take. Check. You have to go back. Check here.
Check.
Check here. Yeah, easy win. Easy win.
Mm-hmm. And you think he will see this? Yes, he will, for sure.
Well, Bassem is he's excellent in this type of calculations, and especially in the end game.
Mm.
And we saw that yesterday.
Mm.
So I would expect him to win this position. And I would think, yeah, he just played h6, so that shows it that he has seen it, right?
Yes.
You don't play that for fun. No. So that ends the game. And the opponent resigned, so Bassem won. Very nice.
Mm.
So basically, of the games that we have been checking here, we only have one left.
And that is King g6 he played, knight d5.
He played 95.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what do you think about this? Has Black improved his play somehow? Is there anything wrong with King f1, for instance?
but it's black to play, so.
Aha, yeah, sorry. King.
So what about bishop g4?
Okay, I want to see this.
Queen d3 check is a good.
You want to do that? Yeah.
Yeah, because you cannot play bishop, because then the check with the knight.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well, he played bishop h3.
Mm-hmm. Queen f3 will come up.
Yeah, there is a check also. I don't know if there is a point to that, or is there a point to queen d3 check?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, this would be the obvious move, right?
Mm.
But then the question is, what happens here?
Queen e4 check.
Then, yeah, maybe you should also queen d3.
Or queen d3 like before.
Yeah.
Because you cannot play bishop f5 due to knight e7. And after king moves, you play, I think you play king f1.
And now you do this. Can you play f3 now? And rook h3?
Okay. Check it out. I play rook e3. Rook e3. Take with the bishop. Take. Check.
Some check
With the rook?
here. Or rook here.
Yeah.
There's a queen check here. There's a rook check here.
Mm. Now at least it smells a little bit.
Okay, so I think this check looks
King E2.
intriguing because the king cannot go to g2.
King e2.
So
Check
yeah,
on
and now you check here.
king e3.
Yeah.
Check on d4 with the bishop. No, king e4 I think.
And
Take on f3. Take on f2. You're a pawn up.
yeah. At least this f3 move is it has to be but okay, it actually he played bishop g4, so we are at the we are at the right place here.
Mm-hmm.
So is queen e4 a better move, because then there is no f3, right? Shall we try this?
Okay. Yeah, could be.
Let's say we do the same as we did.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something here now? Bishop f5, we still have queen f3, and there's f5 is not possible. We take the bishop with check. Like this is a safer option.
Yeah, maybe it
But
will
black-
be a draw.
But black
Mhm.
still has a pawn up. I mean, he can still just play. Right?
Mm-hmm. But the pawn on b6 is hanging.
Yeah, it's hanging.
So.
It's true. Yeah.
And here, if white can play bishop f3 in this position,
Mm-hmm.
maybe he could be better.
Well, of course. It could be. But
I mean, he will not win, but I just mean that.
but you know, there is a terrible thing now. Now there is a terrible thing here, because
Mhm.
if let's say it's you, let's play a move for black, just
Mhm.
something.
Okay, of course.
So something like this,
Mhm.
and here,
Mm-hmm.
and you have this check, and you
Mhm.
finally get out with the king.
Mm-hmm.
Then the queen is gone.
Mm-hmm.
So it
True.
was queen d3, king
Mhm.
d7. So he played a check on d3,
But he played, on the other hand, king to g7, not f7. I don't know if it makes
no,
sense.
we played king g7, I think.
Did we?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, okay. So the question is king Because now I think this is actually the threat. This is a threat now, right?
Agree.
So we go here
Yeah,
And-
f3 is not nice.
and f3, take, and then the rook.
Mm.
Oh, hello, Bassam. And now, yeah,
Rook e3.
rook e3.
Can you wait? Take with the rook on f3 and checkmate on. No, it will not be. I'm sorry. There will not be. Sorry. Rook e3.
the bishop and queen c1 rook h1.
Yeah, we looked at that. Oh, look, h1. Okay, maybe. Take.
Yeah,
check.
we looked at this. Now we looked at queen b2, but this is interesting.
Maybe this is better.
Could be. Yeah.
And
No,
rook,
I think he
rook e3.
I think this what he played was very bad. He made a mistake.
Mm-hmm. But
He played king f1, but now he
Mhm.
allowed this f3. He should have gone to e4.
Bassam, would you like to show a little bit? Again, you have these nice endings with very complicated positions. We thought we were going to win easily, but
I thought so also.
yes.
Okay, Bassam. Yeah, we followed your game, and we thought you were going to win in the middle game, actually.
Yeah, I had the same feeling, but
Yeah.
it was
So you can just
harder than expected.
go through the game and.
We must check this with g4 because I want to see why. But okay.
Yes.
So this opening was this preparation?
Yeah, I prepared like half an hour before the game this variation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw there were some games with this.
And yeah, I think after e5, I mean it's easy to play for me, and yeah, I thought okay, knight e1, don't know, seemed logical.
Yeah.
Yeah, here maybe first decision to take on c5 because okay, I thought if I play this, maybe he can play b5, and I
Mhm.
didn't want to give him that,
Mm-hmm.
so I took. And yeah, I thought knight d5 is good because I always get this c4 square, and
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it seemed like logical to me.
That was strange.
Already here
Yeah.
we said that now
Yeah.
you're going to win quickly.
Yes.
Because it looked like his position was crumbling. more or
Actually,
less.
even more here, yeah, like
Yeah.
zero counterplay, and
Yeah.
I have everything. Somehow I was too careful, maybe, and
Here, instead of just Bassam,
Mhm.
instead of rook b1,
G4?
you thought about g4.
yeah, I did think about it, but I thought okay, like maybe one day he can.
But it's very long time.
Yes.
We have big quickly with
Yeah.
c6 and rook b1.
Yeah,
and so on.
maybe I should have. I mean,
I don't know.
I did consider it, but
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know why I didn't play. It looks more.
Because then it's more like has got nothing. I thought.
Yeah, that's true.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
You take away his hope.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we said also that. I
Yeah,
mean,
this
you
is-
are almost better on the king side as well.
Yes.
This is so.
No, I think all of this is fine. What I played, this is also fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this I was not sure. I mean, I saw king h2. I saw many moves here already, but okay, even this I think still fine. Queen
Yeah.
d1 is good, I guess.
You are clearly better.
Yeah, here c4, and here okay. I mean, I saw this variation. I thought it should be winning, but I thought okay, maybe no need to go for this, yeah, because
Mhm.
like b2, then just check and take.
It's always scary to give your opponent a queen.
Yes, exactly, and check, king h2, and it should be winning.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that, but here, okay, queen g7, queen g7, then knight e7,
Yes.
and if knight f6, okay, check, king goes, queen h4, again b2, bishop h6, b1 queen, and king h2, and okay, I calculated this, but from afar I was not so sure about it, if it's really winning or I'm missing something, then could be always tricky with two queens.
But you threatened just bishop g5. And
Yeah, I mean, I win the queen anyway, and
Mhm.
yeah, it's completely winning, of course. And I should have probably played this, especially that I saw it. But then again, I thought, okay, it's winning anyway, so why to risk anything? Yeah. But yeah, again, it was not so easy. Yeah, here.
We're thinking about queen h7.
Yeah, but then at least he has queen g7.
But then you can take it and maybe play bishop g4.
Bishop g4. Yeah, it's better version, but also here I don't know if c3 because there is no direct threat here. So
But we also thought that you could maybe just take on f6
yeah,
and win
I can. Yeah,
quite easily.
probably.
we
Yes.
thought.
And bishop f3 and
Bishop f3 and knight can go to
Yeah.
8 a2 and the king comes and takes the pawn.
yeah.
Something like that.
No, I mean this
Yeah.
should be completely winning many ways, but
Yeah.
then for
But
some reason.
This is also winning probably, right?
But a bit, I had to be like very precise, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, king f2 is right, the way you played.
Yeah. So g4. Okay, so it's still winning. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's.
One tempo from 98.
Yeah, but what else? I mean, he could go to h5, yeah? Yeah, we checked this setup, but it's also... Because now I can always, like, bring the knight here, maybe, and at some point. Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe this is a bit...
Yeah.
Yeah, like, even here, and maybe this is... Takes... And... Yeah, then I take this pawn and 2 h pawn. No, I mean,
But you could also maybe get this with the king on d3.
improve the king a little bit first. Yeah. I think he missed like the h6 winning plan. Because if not h6, it's still not so clear.
No, it's a very nice idea.
Yeah.
We had actually found it. And we saw that you had it,
Yeah.
and we when you played h6, he resigned, right?
Yeah, he resigned. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because you just pick up everything, and it's very nice.
Yeah.
Also, yesterday there was a nice finishing touch.
Yeah, it was study-like endgame actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Like when he played king g3 yesterday, I thought it's a very strong move actually.
No, we said it was a
But-
weak move.
But according to Engine, yeah, it's the only losing move,
Yeah.
which is funny. Yeah.
We don't look at the engine when we annotate, and we said that was a weak move, and that he had a draw if he had played the king. I think was it f3 or something.
King f3, but it was not so clear how it draws because it's very long variation. It's
Yes.
only like a draw by tempo, one tempo. So it's
but still,
Yeah.
we were looking at all these things,
Yes.
back and forth and back and forth.
I mean it's like 15 moves 15 moves variations that it draws. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
right,
not
right.
so easy to calculate
After
everything.
king g3, we thought, well, this is the wrong move, and you should win. And then, of course, this knight, we found also this knight d2.
Yeah, like this king f7, king e6
yeah,
was nice. Yes.
Yeah, and then the knight comes.
Yeah,
back.
so knight endgames.
Yeah. So this was
Paying off for
these two games.
Yeah.
It's a lesson in knight endings, right?
Yeah,
the force
quite
of
nice
the
rounds,
force of the fork.
Now I
Yeah.
know what I will do on my lesson on Wednesday.
Yeah. Very good game, thank you, and
Thank you.
congratulations. Now you are in sole lead
Yeah, for now.
for now. So who will you play tomorrow? Do you think?
I have no idea.
Have you played Heberla? No, you
No.
haven't. So that might be your
I
opponent.
think
right?
I have 4 possible opponents. Yeah, like these two.
Yeah.
Also
Trost,
Edwin.
yes.
Yeah, and Toms.
Yes.
I think I could play any of them because I haven't
Yes.
played all of them. So, yeah, I mean,
I don't know about this Indian guy.
no, it's
Is he out of reach? Yeah.
yeah. I don't think so, or maybe I don't know.
Probably not.
I was not sure.
No, it's most likely that you play someone who has been in the top for a while, right?
Mhm.
Because you will play the highest.
Yeah, but with last round pairings, it's not
No,
easy to guess.
you,
Yeah, but
you never know.
usually it should be one of these.
No, I
Yeah,
think you could
boards.
meet Heberla or maybe Costa. That
Yeah.
would be not. Yeah. Well,
We'll
very
see.
good, very good. So you are slowly sort of taking back the territory you lost when you played against
Yeah.
Axel Falkevall. Yes. Very
Yeah.
good, very good. Yeah. Nice game.
One more to go.
There has been many interesting games
Yeah,
in this
actually.
round and all these rounds. Usually we take a couple of breaks. We took no break.
Wow.
Forgot.
We forgot because there was so much.
At least viewers
Things
are happy. That's for sure.
Lots of things
Thank
happening
you
all
for
the time.
supporting us.
Yeah. So we have one game still going, and it's this game.
Yeah, I was actually looking at this game before leaving. It's very.
Yeah.
I thought Black is completely winning, but then I looked more, and it's not so easy still. Yeah?
No, it's not. But it should be good, right?
Okay, he's pawn up to bishop.
Pawn up and then
Attack.
somehow he is attacking also.
And,
Yeah. This looks very promising, right?
somehow you need to find the
killing move.
Could it be like queen h4?
Maybe something like that.
Is that possible?
Threatening f3.
But maybe take on f4.
Yeah.
But then you.
No, you can take bishop e2 check.
But maybe queen e7. So this is what we are calculating. And here queen e7. I don't know if he gets a perpetual there.
Yeah.
Maybe he does actually, and I don't see how to escape. Yes, looks like a draw now.
Yeah, it will be better.
So he has to be careful still.
But he had this in this position. This was a possibility, right?
This is what we were analyzing when
exactly.
I entered. Yeah, rook
This-
h3, rook e3.
No, let's see.
Yeah,
let's see.
this take. Yeah, this queen c1, rook h1 looks winning to me, but
This was.
But what about rook e3 now?
rook e3, I think this should be a mate.
Is it check and rook h3?
Yes, this. If it's not mate,
It's rook f3.
then I don't know what is. Yeah, it's no f5 even is a move.
No, queen g6.
Queen g6 is easier probably. Yes.
Queen g6. That's a
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I think.
Yeah, this is.
I think he missed f3.
This
I
is
think
just the over,
f3
yeah.
would have been maybe more exact.
Maybe king g4 instead and go for rook g3.
He played rook h2, queen e4. He went back. Okay. So threatening f3 again.
Can you take on d6?
No,
But
f3, queen
Maybe
b7,
on
yeah.
b7?
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Okay,
Nice.
let's have a look. So knight takes.
Yeah.
It's a bit eccentric to take the pawn on b6. Replacing your.
But I play for a win.
Oh yeah.
I have a good night.
Yes.
You want to have a
Knight's,
good night. Yeah?
Knight is a good piece to have.
Mm.
He took actually, yeah.
You did?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think so. Yeah.
So what is the refutation of this?
Yeah, because black king is, if white starts checking, it's
yeah.
okay. You go up, then
Yeah.
back rank issues,
Mhm.
and there's no threat actually for white. So okay, maybe bishop f5, but then check,
Check.
and maybe rook.
Then bishop somewhere.
No, he made a big mistake not playing f3.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that was actually the chance, really.
And the strange.
Maybe queen h5 now. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So there is a good move here.
I don't know. Yeah, this looks like no. Can you? Yes. So if f3 rook h1 looks to be winning,
Is it?
or maybe king e2. Yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, this is quite an important game here.
Okay, I've played both of them, so.
So it's not so important, but it could affect somehow the
Yes, of
pairings,
course, yes.
Anyway, but
Okay, if you play queen h5, f3, bishop h3,
But again, maybe this.
and take. It's a check. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
King h6, but probably not. Yeah.
But still no threat. Yeah.
No, I
Whenever you
agree.
take, then I can play some knight d5 or.
I just want to take on g2 and go for rook h1.
Actually, it's funny if, like, let's say this.
Mhm.
If knight d5, bishop f5, the queen's trapped.
Yes.
Yeah, we found that before. Yeah, this is one of the
That
tricks.
can be a horror with 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
And it's already last 3 minutes. Yeah, no more time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very difficult position for both actually.
You know, it was.
But it's more pressure on black. You know, he was completely winning, so
Yep.
the more it takes to find the win, it's more pressure for black.
But maybe before white was at some point.
time, don't forget.
Yeah.
White might have been better before. He somehow lost his thread
Mhm.
at some point. It looked like he had. Some
Yeah, after the opening, it seemed good for white, but
Yeah, it wasn't clear, but there was promise. But then
Mhm.
everything went down. Okay,
right.
so thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully
Is
we'll
it 12
see you
o'clock
tomorrow.
10?
Yes,
or when
12,
12.
12.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't
2 hours
forget that.
earlier.
Time is
We
up.
have noticed that you are always some minutes late.
I try not to be, but okay, maybe my elevator in
yeah.
my room in the last floor. So I always like stopping every floor coming down.
I actually,
takes some time.
I actually gave that explanation that
Yeah.
these elevators take time.
But you are
Yeah.
allowed to use the stairs, you know that.
Well, for 9 floors, it's too much.
But if you're going down, it's better.
Yeah. I'm not
Okay.
sure it will be any faster.
F3
F3
came.
happened, yeah. But
Queen
this
B.
is what's the point now?
What is happening now?
Can you take it?
He has to.
Let's see. Let's do it.
So what's the point now? So now white is pawn up.
Yeah, this is the position now. So
Where is the win?
Show us. Is it Queen D2?
Yeah, then bishop g4.
No, you just take.
you can take on g4.
Yeah, the queen is preventing.
Queen protects h1. Yeah, it's this is not easy. This is not easy. And he had such a good move before.
Can you play?
Maybe queen h5 or something he wants.
Maybe.
Takes and check and take. This should be winning, but actually I'm not sure. Yeah, this should be winning, but
Mhm.
here he can just go back probably. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then rook h2. Then rook h2 probably. Yeah?
But is there a threat you want to take or what?
I want to take, yeah, but maybe rook e3.
No,
Queen where?
queen.
Queen a8, yeah? Hmm. Yeah, queen a8 is an annoying move. For sure.
So is black going to lose this game?
Yeah, could happen.
We had one game early in the tournament when this Indian guy, Ilaparti, when he was a pawn up,
Pawn up
in the
against this
ending,
Polish guy.
and he lost.
Wow.
Yeah.
Alright,
Okay.
I'll go.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
So I guess we have to see this to the last move because
To the bitter end.
to the bitter end. So Jesper, you can rejoin me here.
Sure.
And we actually have another ending also. This one. Tiger is winning now.
Oh, hell no. Beat. But
Well, he's not winning. It's a draw, right?
he can always play h6 and h7 and check as well.
Yeah, she can take. Well, she can just take.
Mhm.
But wasn't it a win? Let's see. This position.
Mhm.
Well, it takes a lot of time to push these pawns, right?
Mhm. Let's put up the. This is a computer position, I can tell you.
You can tell me. Yeah, it's actually equal.
It's a
yeah.
draw. Yeah. I thought so.
No, you said it was a win.
No, now I thought.
Yeah,
so.
oh yeah, after
Yeah,
seeing.
no, what I mean.
Yeah, yeah,
when
yeah,
we saw it
okay.
again,
Yeah.
the first time I saw it, I
understand,
thought
yeah.
it was.
Yeah, it's actually, actually when you look at it, it's quite simple. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so it's a draw. There is no more thing to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is
So this means that Basim is 1 point ahead. Is that correct?
no half a point.
No.
Yeah.
He's 1 point ahead
Yeah, he's 1 point ahead. That's true.
because it was a draw on the second
Yeah,
board.
You're right.
Mhm.
Sorry. Yeah.
So
He's not actually sole winner, but this is winning now.
Bishop h3. We have a computer on now, but okay.
Yeah, you can turn it off. Bishop h3, and we got a glimpse of the evaluation, and it said it's now winning.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
So how is that happening?
Yeah.
Is it bishop g2 first of all? Is
Well,
it-
if
is
let's
it-
say if we play king e2, how do you win that? It looks dangerous, of course. Maybe some
bishop c3.
maybe bishop c3, yeah, threatening some queen e5 and queen d2, and yeah, that looks very
Maybe.
yeah, because there is
And then rook d1,
but then there is
queen e5.
queen e5 and bishop f5, right? Wins.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
We can just put this up.
Yeah, this
he-
was happening
He
actually.
played with bishop g2, but
Mhm.
now
Is he winning still? Queen. Ah. Okay. Nice move. Nice move. Threatening mate.
and on king g1 we have rook g4.
Yes. Or bishop h2 on bishop c7.
Also possible. But in the end, you will always win the queen
Mhm.
for the rook, right?
Mhm.
No, very nice.
And what about queen g8?
Well,
Check.
rook h1 and
And
queen,
it's mate on
queen,
h3, of course.
queen h3.
Yeah, that's the mate. Quite impressive actually that he saw this line, I think.
Mhm.
Quite impressive.
It might not have been the easiest line, but he found one line. That's always the thing. You need to find one line that wins, and he did. It's quite impressive. Very good.
Very nice.
So now I think the game is very close to.
But I think he will give up now. But if we go back, I want to see this position where we had with, somewhere here. What does? Yeah, how is this position? For example.
Well,
What does the
but this. You want to see the computer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's still winning for black.
But
Impressive.
yes, king g7, king f1, and it actually gives rook h2. We said this move, but maybe this is also good. This is also winning. Yeah.
Just this queen's. Yeah.
No, you start off with.
But it will be
it
the
doesn't.
same.
It's the same.
It
It's
will be
just,
the same.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not win anymore.
So it's
here-
rook h1 here.
Is it queen g1?
Yeah, queen g1. Okay,
No, is that better?
obviously.
Yep.
And it's also mate. Coming.
Queen c2. Where's the mate?
Let's say check here. Yeah, and you have this.
This is not so easy to say.
No, it's not so easy. But
My
but,
God!
but
Okay,
this- so in the game, okay, he played rook takes e5 and rook h1, and now it's over. Now he can resign.
And he will.
Okay, with that we say thank you very much for today.
Tomorrow we will start at 12 o'clock.
Right.
Do not miss that. And it will be the final round of Rilton Cup.
And right
2024-25.
now, of course, Bassem looks like Bassem Amin from Cairo in Egypt. Looks like a very likely winner. He's leading with 1 point, but who knows?
Who knows?
So, thank you very much. And
See
see you tomorrow.